In the spring of 1945, as Allied forces pushed deeper into the heart of Nazi Germany, they stumbled upon something that would haunt humanity forever. Behind barbed wire and watchtowers, they found mountains of emaciated corpses, walking skeletons who could barely stand, and facilities designed with industrial precision for one purpose: mass murder. The soldiers liberating these camps couldn't comprehend what they were seeing. Many broke down. Some refused to believe their own eyes. But stamped on every document, every uniform, every gate was the same chilling symbol: two lightning bolts. The signature of the SS. This wasn't the work of a rogue military unit or a handful of sadistic individuals. This was a meticulously organized machine of terror that had operated across an entire continent for over a decade. The SS started as just 7 men tasked with protecting one person. Within 15 years, they had grown into a state within a state, commanding nearly 1 million members, running vast business empires built on slave labor, and orchestrating the systematic murder of 6 million Jews and millions of others. They wore black uniforms and silver death's heads. They swore absolute loyalty unto death, and they committed crimes so monstrous that the world had to invent a new word to describe them: genocide. But how did this happen? How did a small bodyguard unit transform into history's most efficient killing machine? Who were the men who led it? And what drove them to commit unspeakable acts? This is the complete story of the SS, from its birth in a Munich beer hall to its final collapse in the rubble of Berlin. Every chapter of this history is written in blood. Munich, November 8, 1923. The air inside the Berta Braukeler beer hall is thick with cigarette smoke and the sour smell of spilled beer. Nearly 3,000 people are packed into the cavernous space, their voices rising in a dull roar that echoes off the vaulted ceiling. On stage, Gustav von Kahr, the commissioner of Bavaria, drones on about regional politics, his words barely audible over the restless crowd. Nobody notices the line of men pushing through the entrance. Nobody sees the machine gun being set up near the door. And nobody realizes that what's about to happen in this beer hall will set in motion the creation of history's most murderous organization. Adolf Hitler bursts through the crowd like a man possessed. He fires a pistol into the ceiling. The crack of the gunshot silences 3,000 voices in an instant. Plaster dust drifts down through the smoke. The national revolution has begun. Hitler shouts, his voice raw with fury and desperation. Behind him, his brown-shirted stormtroopers, the Sturmabteilung, swarm into the hall, their boots thundering on the wooden floor. This is the beer hall putsch, Hitler's failed attempt to overthrow the German government. It will end in chaos, with 16 Nazis and 4 police officers dead in the streets of Munich. Hitler will be arrested, tried for treason, and sentenced to 5 years in prison. But in that failure, in that humiliating defeat, a seed is planted. Because Hitler realizes something in that moment, something that will change everything. He cannot trust the SA alone. He needs men who are loyal only to him. The Sturmabteilung, the SA, the brown shirts, they're a street-fighting mob. Useful, certainly, for intimidating political opponents and brawling with communists in the beer halls and alleyways of Weimar Germany. But they're undisciplined, chaotic, more loyal to their local commanders than to Hitler himself. Ernst Röhm, the SS leader, is building his own power base, creating something that looks less like Hitler's tool and more like Röhm's personal army. The tension is there from the beginning, simmering beneath the surface of the Nazi movement. Hitler needs something different. He needs men who will die for him without question, who see him not as a politician or a party leader, but as something close to a god. So in April 1925, just months after his release from Landsberg prison, Hitler authorizes the creation of a new unit. They call it the Schutzstaffel, the Protection Squadron, the SS. At first, it's laughably small. 8 men. That's it. 8 men led by a party functionary named Julius Schreck, Hitler's personal chauffeur. Their sole purpose is to protect Hitler at rallies and party meetings, to stand between him and potential assassins, to be the last line of defense if everything goes wrong. They were the same brown uniforms as the SA, distinguished only by a black cap with a silver death head emblem and a black tie. They're not elite. They're not particularly well-trained. They're just bodyguards, and not very impressive ones at that. The SA mocks them openly, calls them Heinrich's toy soldiers, a reference to the man who will soon transform them into something far more terrifying. The Germany they inhabit is a nation coming apart at the seams. The First World War ended just 7 years ago, but the wounds are still raw, still bleeding. 2 million German soldiers never came home. The Treaty of Versailles stripped Germany of territory, military power, and dignity. The War Guilt Clause forces Germany to accept sole responsibility for the conflict, a humiliation that burns in the German consciousness like acid. And then there's the money, or rather, the lack of it. Hyperinflation has destroyed the savings of the middle class. People carry money in wheelbarrows because it takes millions of marks to buy a loaf of bread. The psychological impact is devastating. An entire generation feels betrayed, abandoned, desperate for someone to blame. Hitler provides them with scapegoats. Jews, communists, the politicians who signed the armistice. The Nazi Party is still small in these years, still operating on the fringes of German politics, but it's growing. The SS grows too, but slowly, painfully slowly. By 1926, there are still fewer than 200 members across all of Germany. They're organized into small groups scattered across major cities, each group numbering no more than 10 men. They have no real power, no independence from the SA. Technically, they're subordinate to the local SA commanders, which infuriates them. The rivalry between the SS and SA is bitter from the start, fueled by jealousy and contempt. The SA sees the SS as pretentious, as Hitler's pampered pets who get to wear fancy insignia while doing none of the real street fighting. The SS sees the SA as thugs, as undisciplined rabble who embarrass the movement with their drunken violence and lack of ideological commitment. Both are right. What the SS has, even in these early years, is selectivity. Joining the SA is easy. Show up, prove you can throw a punch, hate the right people, and you're in. But the SS, even when it's weak and insignificant, maintains standards. Applicants must be between 25 and 35 years old. They must be healthy, physically fit, of good character. They must provide references. They must swear a personal oath of loyalty, not to Germany, not to the Nazi Party, but to Adolf Hitler himself. The wording is specific, almost religious. I swear to you, Adolf Hitler, as Führer and Reich Chancellor, loyalty and bravery. I vow to you, and to those you have named to command me, obedience unto death. So help me God. This oath will become the foundation of everything the SS does, the justification for every atrocity. Following orders. Loyalty unto death. In January 1929, everything changes. Hitler is looking for a new leader for the SS, someone who can build it into something more than a glorified bodyguard service. He chooses Heinrich Himmler, a man who seems, at first glance, utterly unsuited for the role. Himmler is 28 years old, a failed chicken farmer with a weak chin and round spectacles that make him look more like a schoolteacher than a warrior. He's never seen combat, never distinguished himself in any way that would suggest leadership potential. The SA laughs when they hear about the appointment. They stop laughing within a year. Himmler has a vision. He sees the SS not as it is, but as it could be, an order of modern knights, racially pure, ideologically committed, absolutely loyal to Hitler. He begins implementing that vision immediately, and with a bureaucratic efficiency that's almost frightening. First, he tightens recruitment. Prospective SS men must now prove their Aryan ancestry back to 1750. They must be at least 5 feet, 8 inches tall. They must be free of physical defects. They must not wear glasses, which is ironic given Himmler's own thick spectacles. They must marry only women who meet SS racial standards, and those marriages must be approved by the SS Race and Settlement Office, an organization that Himmler creates specifically for this purpose. The SS, Himmler declares, will be the racial elite of the Nazi movement, the guardians of German blood. He's obsessed with the medieval past, with Germanic mythology, with creating a pseudo-mystical warrior cult. He studies the Teutonic Knights, the medieval military order that conquered and Christianized Prussia. He imagines the SS as their modern successor, replacing Christian devotion with Nazi ideology, crusading not for God, but for race and nation. He designs elaborate ceremonies, rituals borrowed from ancient Germanic paganism mixed with military discipline. SS men receive ceremonial daggers inscribed with the motto, "My honor is loyalty." They celebrate the winter solstice instead of Christmas. They name their children at special SS ceremonies rather than baptizing them in churches. It's bizarre, almost comical, except for what it will become. Under Himmler's leadership, the SS begins to grow. By the end of 1929, it has 280 members. By 1930, it's over 2,000. By 1931, nearly 15,000 men wore the black uniform. The black uniform itself is Himmler's innovation. In 1932, he officially replaces the brown SA uniform with an all-black design created by SS member Karl Diabitsch and manufactured by Hugo Boss. The symbolism is deliberate. Black for death, for ruthlessness, for the elite nature of the organization. The death's head symbol appears on the caps, a skull and crossbones that has military tradition in German cavalry units, but takes on a far more sinister meaning on SS uniforms. The silver runes, the double lightning bolts that will become the SS' most recognizable symbol, are added to the collar tabs. They're supposed to represent the initials of Schutzstaffel in ancient Germanic script, but they look like weapons, like violence made visible. The men who join the SS in these early years are a mixture. Some are genuine ideological believers, men who've bought into Nazi racial theory and see themselves as guardians of German purity. Others are opportunists who recognize that the Nazi Party is gaining power and the SS offers a path to status and authority. Many are veterans of the First World War, men who never readjusted to civilian life, who missed the camaraderie and clear hierarchy of military service. Some are simply thugs who enjoy violence and find a socially acceptable outlet for their sadism. But all of them take that oath. All of them swear loyalty unto death. And Himmler makes sure they understand what that means. Disloyalty is not tolerated. Failure is not forgiven. The SS is building a reputation for discipline, for ruthlessness, for being the hardest men in a movement full of hard men. Yet despite Himmler's ambitions, despite the growth in the black uniforms and the mystical rituals, the SS remains subordinate to the SA. They're still just bodyguards, still playing second fiddle to Rome's brown shirts. The SA has grown to over 2 million members by 1933, a genuine army in waiting. The SS is perhaps 50,000. In any direct confrontation, the SA would crush them. But Himmler is patient. He's building something that will outlast the SA, something more dangerous because it's more controlled. He's creating a machine that doesn't just follow orders but believes in them, that doesn't just enforce ideology but embodies it. And when the opportunity comes to strike at the SA, to eliminate them and seize power, the SS will be ready. The black uniforms are waiting in the shadows, watching, preparing. The terror is still in its infancy, but it's learning to walk. January 30th, 1933. Adolf Hitler stands at the window of the Reich Chancellery in Berlin, watching torchlight processions wind through the streets below. Thousands of SA brown shirts march in formation, their torches turning the night into flickering day, their boots hammering the pavement in perfect rhythm. The sound echoes off the buildings like thunder. Hitler has just been appointed Chancellor of Germany through a combination of political maneuvering, backroom deals, and the spectacular failure of the Weimar Republic's democratic institutions. The Nazi Party didn't seize power through revolution. They were handed it by conservative politicians who thought they could control Hitler, use him for their own purposes, then discard him when convenient. They were catastrophically wrong. And standing in the shadows behind Hitler, always just out of sight, is Heinrich Himmler and his SS. They number around 50,000 men now, still dwarfed by the SA's 2 million, still technically subordinate to Rome's brown shirts. But everything is about to change. Himmler understands something that the SA leadership doesn't. Hitler needs the SS more than he realizes, and Himmler is positioning his organization to become indispensable. Within weeks of Hitler's appointment, Himmler begins expanding SS control over Germany's police apparatus, starting in Bavaria, where he has connections and influence. In March 1933, he's appointed police president of Munich. It's a regional position, seemingly minor in the grand scheme of Nazi power, but Himmler sees its potential immediately. He begins placing SS men in police departments, merging the black uniforms with state authority, blurring the line between party enforcement and law enforcement until there is no line at all. Other Nazi officials are focused on the pageantry of power, the rallies and speeches and public demonstrations. Himmler is focused on the machinery of control, the bureaucratic infrastructure that will allow the SS to monitor, intimidate, and ultimately destroy anyone who threatens Nazi rule. On March 22, 1933, just 51 days after Hitler became chancellor, the gates of Dachau concentration camp opened for the first time. It's located in an abandoned munitions factory about 10 miles northwest of Munich, a collection of gray buildings surrounded by barbed wire and watchtowers. The official purpose is to detain political prisoners, communists and social democrats, and other enemies of the Nazi state, people who haven't been convicted of any crime but are considered dangerous to the new order. The first transport arrives on that cold March day. Over 200 prisoners shuffled off trucks and into the camp. SS guards in their black uniforms line the route, clubs in hand, shouting orders. The prisoners are beaten as they enter, a brutal introduction to what Dachau represents. This is not a prison in any traditional sense. There are no trials here, no sentences, no release dates. This is a place where the law stops at the gate, where the SS has absolute authority over human lives, where people simply disappear. Theodor Eicke is the man Himmler chooses to run Dachau. He's a volatile, violent individual who'd been institutionalized in a psychiatric hospital just months earlier after threatening to kill a political opponent. Himmler sees potential in that violence, that lack of restraint. Eicke develops what he calls the Dachau model, a system of regulations and punishments that will be implemented in every concentration camp the SS builds. The rules are designed to break prisoners psychologically and physically. Arbitrary punishments for minor infractions. Collective punishment where entire barracks suffer for one person's mistake. Forced standing at attention for hours in all weather. Beatings administered with systematic precision. And above all, the absolute power of SS guards to do whatever they want without consequence. Eicke tells his men that any show of mercy toward prisoners is weakness, that they're not guarding human beings, but enemies of Germany who deserve no compassion. He's creating a template for institutional sadism, and it works exactly as intended. By April 1933, Himmler has expanded his control beyond Bavaria. Hermann Göring, who commands the Prussian police and sees himself as Hitler's second-in-command, reluctantly agrees to let Himmler take over political police functions across Germany. It's a decision Göring will regret, but can't reverse. Himmler immediately begins centralizing control, creating a unified system where local police forces answer to SS commanders. In Berlin, he takes control of the Geheime Staatspolizei, the secret state police, which everyone shortens to Gestapo. The name will become synonymous with terror, with midnight arrests and torture cellars, with the kind of fear that makes people whisper even in their own homes. Himmler places Reinhard Heydrich in charge of the Gestapo, and if Himmler is the architect of SS power, Heydrich is its most efficient and ruthless implementer. Heydrich is 30 years old, tall and blond with a thin face and cold blue eyes. He's a former naval officer who was dismissed from service over a sex scandal, a disgrace that left him bitter and desperate to prove himself. He's also viciously intelligent, a skilled violinist who can charm people in social settings while simultaneously building files on them for future blackmail or arrest. Where Himmler is ideological, obsessed with racial theory and mystical nonsense about Germanic superiority, Heydrich is purely pragmatic. He doesn't care about ideology except as a tool for gaining power. He understands that information is control, that fear is a weapon, that the threat of violence is often more effective than violence itself. Under his leadership, the Gestapo becomes a machine of surveillance and intimidation. Heydrich builds networks of informants across Germany, ordinary citizens who report on their neighbors, co-workers, even family members. The Gestapo's power comes not from its size. It never has more than 40,000 employees, but from the perception that it's everywhere, listening to every conversation, watching every action. The SS is also building its own intelligence service, separate from the Gestapo, though closely connected. The Sicherheitsdienst, the SD, is created in 1931, but only becomes truly powerful under Nazi rule. Heydrich commands it along with the Gestapo, creating a vast intelligence apparatus that monitors both external enemies and internal threats within the Nazi Party itself. The SD spies on other Nazi officials, on the military, on churches and businesses and universities. No one is above suspicion. Even high-ranking party members learn to watch what they say because Heydrich's agents are everywhere, collecting information, building dossiers, waiting for the moment when that information becomes useful. It's a system of control more sophisticated than anything Germany has ever seen, more invasive than the Kaiser's secret police, more ruthless than anything the Weimar Republic attempted. And it's all under SS control. Meanwhile, the concentration camp system expands rapidly. After Dachau comes Sachsenhausen, Buchenwald, Lichtenberg, small camps scattered across Germany, each following Eich's brutal model. The prisoner population grows from thousands to tens of thousands. Jews, communists, social democrats, trade unionists, Jehovah's Witnesses who refuse to give a Nazi salute, homosexuals, Romani people, anyone the regime considers undesirable or dangerous. They're arrested without warrant, held without trial, subjected to forced labor and systematic abuse. The SS guards who run these camps are trained to see prisoners as subhuman, as creatures who exist only to serve the state or be eliminated. I creates special SS units called the Death's Head units, the Totenkopfverband, specifically to guard the camps. They were the skull and crossbones, symbol prominently, a badge of pride in their role as jailers and executioners. These men are conditioned through training and indoctrination to commit acts of cruelty without hesitation, to see violence as duty, to take satisfaction in the suffering they inflict. By 1934, the SS has grown to over 50,000 men, and Himmler has created a complex organizational structure to manage them. There's the Allgemeine SS, the General SS, which includes most members and handles administrative functions, political surveillance, and racial policy. There are the Death's Head units guarding concentration camps. There's the SD providing intelligence. And there's a new formation that will eventually become the Waffen-SS, armed SS units that operate alongside, but separate from the German military. These armed units are small in 1934, just a few thousand men organized into regional standby troops. But Himmler has ambitions for them. He envisions an SS military force that's racially elite, politically reliable, and personally loyal to Hitler in ways the regular army can never be. The army leadership resents this intrusion into what they consider their exclusive domain, but they're not yet powerful enough to stop it. The tension between the SS and SA reaches a breaking point. Ernst Röhm, who commands the SA's 2 million brown shirts, is pushing for a second revolution. The Nazis control the government now, but Röhm wants more. He wants the SA to absorb the German army, to become the nation's primary military force with himself as its commander. He talks openly about continuing the revolution, about destroying the old conservative elites who still hold positions in the military and civil service. Hitler finds this threatening. He's made deals with those conservative elites, with the army leadership and industrialists, deals that brought him to power, and keep him there. Rome's radical rhetoric endangers those alliances. More importantly, Hitler sees Rome as a potential rival. The SA is Rome's personal creation, loyal to him first and Hitler second. And Rome is one of the few Nazi leaders who still addresses Hitler with a familiar du rather than the formal Sie, who treats Hitler as an old comrade rather than a demigod. That familiarity, that lack of absolute deference, is dangerous in Hitler's eyes. Himmler and Heydrich see an opportunity. They begin feeding Hitler reports, carefully selected and often fabricated, suggesting that Rome is planning a coup against him. They claim the SA is stockpiling weapons, that Rome is meeting with foreign agents, that the brown shirts are preparing to overthrow Hitler and seize power for themselves. None of this is true. Rome is loyal to Hitler despite his political disagreements, and the SA, for all its violence and radicalism, is not plotting rebellion. But Hitler wants to believe it because it gives him justification to do what he already wants to do: eliminate the SA as a rival power center and consolidate his own control. Himmler and Heydrich are giving him the pretext, wrapped in SS intelligence reports with official stamps and urgent warnings. Hermann Göring supports the move because he hates Rome personally and fears SA power. The army supports it because they want the SA disbanded and see the SS as the lesser threat, a miscalculation they'll realize too late. In late June 1934, Hitler makes his decision. The SS will move against the SA leadership, will arrest and execute Rome and his top commanders. It will be done quickly, ruthlessly, without legal process or public trial. It will be murder dressed up as emergency state action. Himmler and Heydrich prepare meticulously, drawing up lists of targets, not just SA leaders but also old political enemies, conservative critics of the regime, anyone they want eliminated under cover of this purge. They mobilize SS units across Germany, coordinate with army elements who will provide weapons and support, plan the logistics of simultaneous arrests in multiple cities. The operation is scheduled for early July, but events move faster than expected. On June 29th, Hitler receives reports, again provided by Heydrich, that suggest Rome will strike within hours. It's almost certainly false, manufactured urgency to force Hitler's hand, but it works. Hitler flies to Munich on June 30th, accompanied by SS bodyguards. From there, he drives to Bad Wiessee, a small resort town where Rome and other SA leaders are staying. It's early morning, just after dawn, when Hitler's convoy arrives at the hotel. SS men burst into the building, racing upstairs, kicking in doors. They find Rome sleeping in his bed. They find Edmund Heinz, another SA leader, in bed with a young man. The arrests are brutal, accompanied by beatings and humiliation. Rome is dragged from his room, barely dressed, confused about what's happening. Other SA leaders are pulled from their beds, some shot immediately when they resist, or simply because the SS men feel like it. The prisoners are thrown into trucks and driven to Stadelheim prison in Munich. Meanwhile, in Berlin, Göring and Himmler are coordinating mass arrests across the capital. SS and Gestapo units fan out across the city, picking up SA commanders, political opponents, inconvenient witnesses to Nazi crimes. The killing begins almost immediately. Some victims are shot in their homes. Others are taken to SS barracks or Gestapo headquarters and executed in courtyards or cellars. There's no pretense of legality, no trials, not even military tribunals. The SS simply murders people based on lists Heydrich prepared weeks earlier. In Munich, Rome sits in his cell, still not understanding that this is the end. Hitler offers him the chance to commit suicide, a pistol left in his cell. Rome refuses. He won't kill himself, won't accept that Hitler has betrayed him. On July 2nd, 2 days after his arrest, SS officers enter his cell. Theodor Eicke, the Dachau commandant, and his deputy Michael Lippert. They shoot Rome at point-blank range. My Führer, are reportedly his last words, a plea to the man who ordered his death. The irony is lost on no one except perhaps Rome himself. The purge continues for 2 more days. The exact death toll is never established because the SS destroys many records and simply lies about others. Official Nazi statements claim 77 deaths. Historians estimate at least 85, possibly over 200. Among the dead are SA leaders, political conservatives who opposed Hitler, a music critic who once gave negative reviews to Nazi performances, the former Chancellor Kurt von Schleicher and his wife, shot in their home. It's state-sanctioned murder on a massive scale, carried out primarily by the SS with some Gestapo participation. And when it's over, Hitler goes on the radio and tells the German people that he's saved the nation from a coup, that Rome and his conspirators were planning to overthrow the government, that the executions were necessary and legal under emergency powers. The German public largely believes him because the alternative, accepting that their government just murdered dozens of people without trial, is too frightening to contemplate. For the SS, the purge is transformative. On July 20th, 1934, Hitler formally separates the SS from the SA, making it an independent organization answerable only to himself. The SS has proven its loyalty in blood, has demonstrated that it will kill without hesitation when Hitler commands. The black uniforms are no longer subordinate to the brown shirts. They're ascendant, the new elite, the organization Hitler trusts most because it's shown it can do what others can't or won't. Himmler has gambled everything on this moment, and he's won. The SS is now the primary instrument of Nazi terror, the organization that controls the police, runs the concentration camps, gathers intelligence, and eliminates enemies. And they're just getting started. The bodies are barely cold when Himmler begins his expansion. August 1934, just weeks after the purge, and the SS is already transforming from Hitler's enforcers into something far more ambitious. Himmler sits in his Berlin office, surrounded by maps and organizational charts, planning the construction of an empire within the Third Reich. He's no longer content with controlling the police and concentration camps. He wants the SS to become a state within a state, an organization so deeply embedded in every aspect of German life that it becomes inseparable from the Nazi regime itself. And Hitler, grateful for the SS role in eliminating Rome, gives Himmler virtually unlimited authority to make it happen. The first priority is consolidating control over all police forces in Germany. Before the Nazi seizure of power, German policing was fragmented, divided among different states and municipalities, each with its own command structure and jurisdiction. Himmler has already taken control of political police functions through the Gestapo, but he wants everything. The criminal police, the order police, the rural gendarmerie, every cop on every street corner answering ultimately to the SS. It takes 2 years of bureaucratic maneuvering, political pressure, and careful alliance building, but by June 1936, Himmler is officially appointed chief of German police. It's a masterpiece of organizational conquest. Overnight, every police officer in Germany becomes part of Himmler's apparatus, whether they were in SS uniform or not. The distinction between state law enforcement and party enforcement disappears completely. Himmler reorganizes the entire police structure into 2 main branches. The Ordnungspolizei, the order police, handles regular criminal matters, traffic control, public order, the visible everyday policing that keeps cities functioning. Then there's the Sicherheitspolizei, the security police, which merges the Gestapo and the Kripo, the criminal investigation police, into a single organization focused on political crimes and perceived threats to the state. Reinhard Heydrich commands the security police, and under his leadership, it becomes the most feared element of the Nazi terror apparatus. The security police doesn't just investigate crimes. It prevents them by arresting people who might commit crimes, who show tendencies toward disloyalty, who belong to suspect groups or hold dangerous ideas. It's preventive policing taken to its logical and horrifying extreme, where suspicion alone is enough for arrest, where being related to a communist, or knowing a Jew, or simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time can result in indefinite detention. The concentration camp system expands dramatically under Theodor Eich's leadership. He's promoted to inspector of concentration camps and SS guard formations, a title that gives him control over every camp in Germany and the SS units that guard them. Ike standardizes procedures across all camps, ensuring that the brutality pioneered at Dachau is replicated everywhere. He increases the number of death's head units, recruiting men who show particular aptitude for violence and lack of empathy. These guards receive special training that systematically desensitizes them to human suffering. They're taught that prisoners are enemies of Germany, subhuman creatures who deserve whatever happens to them. They're encouraged to compete with each other in cruelty, to prove their hardness by how viciously they can punish inmates. Guards who show mercy or compassion are transferred out, sometimes disciplined, marked as weak and unsuitable for SS service. By 1937, there are thousands of prisoners in the camps, and the SS is extracting economic value from their labor. Prisoners work in quarries, breaking rocks for construction projects. They build the camps that will hold more prisoners, a perverse circular logic where captives construct their own prisons. They're rented out to private companies as slave labor, generating revenue that flows back to the SS. The work is deliberately exhausting and dangerous. Prisoners labor 12 to 14 hours a day on minimal rations, beaten if they slowed down, punished arbitrarily to maintain an atmosphere of terror. Deaths are common from exhaustion, malnutrition, untreated injuries, or simply murder by guards who face no consequences for killing inmates. The camps are designed not just to detain people, but to destroy them, to break their bodies and spirits so completely that even if they're eventually released, they carry the trauma forever. Heydrich's SD, the security service, becomes the Nazi Party's internal intelligence apparatus, and its reach is extraordinary. The SD isn't just watching Germany's enemies. It's watching everyone, including other Nazi officials. Heydrich builds files on party leaders, military officers, civil servants, church officials, business owners, intellectuals, artists, anyone with influence or visibility. The files contain everything: sexual habits, financial problems, political disagreements, private conversations reported by informants. It's information as power, as leverage, as insurance. If someone becomes a problem, Heydrich can destroy them with a single dossier. Even high-ranking Nazis learn to fear him because they know he has information that could end their careers or lives. Hitler encourages this. He likes having subordinates fear each other, compete with each other, spy on each other. It keeps them from uniting against him, keeps everyone dependent on his favor for protection. The SD also monitors public opinion across Germany through elaborate reporting systems. SD agents compile reports on what ordinary Germans are saying about the regime, how they're responding to policies, what grievances they have, what jokes they tell about Nazi leaders. These reports flow up through the bureaucracy to Heydrich, and eventually to Himmler and Hitler. It's a surveillance state of unprecedented sophistication, using both high-tech methods like telephone tapping and low-tech approaches like informants and neighborhood watchers. The result is a society where everyone self-censors, where people become careful about what they say even if family members because anyone might report them. The SD doesn't need to arrest most people. The knowledge that they're watching is enough to ensure compliance. In 1936, Himmler creates the Lebensborn program, one of his strangest and most disturbing initiatives. It's based on his obsession with increasing Germany's Aryan population and his pseudoscientific racial theories. Lebensborn, which means fountain of life, establishes maternity homes where SS men can father children with racially approved women, even if they're not married. Unmarried pregnant women who meet SS racial standards are encouraged to give birth at these facilities rather than seeking abortions. The children are then either kept by their mothers or adopted by SS families. Himmler sees it as selective breeding, creating a new generation of racially pure Germans who will form the future elite. It's eugenics in practice, treating human reproduction like livestock management, reducing women to vessels for producing Aryan children. The program expands throughout Germany and later into occupied territories, eventually running maternity homes in Norway, and other countries where Himmler believes racial stock is acceptable. The SS is also building a military capability that alarms the German army leadership. The armed SS formations, initially just a few thousand men in small regional units, are expanding into full military formations with heavy weapons and proper training. By 1937, there are 3 SS regiments: the Leibstandard SS Adolf Hitler, essentially Hitler's bodyguard regiment, SS Deutschland, and SS Germania. These units train alongside the army, but remain under SS command, creating a parallel military structure that answers to Himmler rather than army generals. The army leadership protests this intrusion into their monopoly on military force, but they're largely powerless to stop it. Hitler wants the armed SS as a counterweight to the army, a force he can trust politically where the army's loyalty is questionable. The Leibstandard Adolf Hitler becomes the showpiece of the armed SS, commanded by Sepp Dietrich, a rough former NCO who's personally close to Hitler. The Leibstandard is composed of men selected for height, physical fitness, and racial appearance. They must be at least 5 feet 11 inches tall, look like propaganda posters of Aryan warriors, and demonstrate absolute loyalty to Hitler. They wear special uniforms, carry superior weapons, and receive better rations than regular army units. They're Hitler's Praetorian Guard, and they know it. The arrogance is palpable. Army officers despise them as glorified policemen playing as soldiers, but Dietrich doesn't care. His men's loyalty is to Hitler personally, not to military tradition or professional standards. That loyalty will make them some of the most fanatical fighters of the coming war, but it will also make them war criminals who commit atrocities because they believe they're above the laws that govern regular soldiers. Himmler's racial ideology becomes increasingly central to SS identity and function. The SS Race and Settlement Main Office expands its operations, not just approving SS marriages, but conducting anthropological research, measuring skulls, cataloging physical features, trying to create a scientific basis for Nazi racial theory. There is no science here, just prejudice dressed in academic language, but the SS takes it deadly seriously. They're creating racial files on millions of Germans, classifying people by supposed racial characteristics, determining who is acceptably Aryan and who isn't. Jews are the primary target, but the SS racial categorization extends to Slavs, Romani, and anyone they deem racially inferior. These classifications will have murderous consequences once the war begins, but even in peacetime they destroy lives through discrimination, forced sterilization, and social exclusion. The SS is also infiltrating academia and cultural institutions. Himmler establishes the Ahnenerbe, the Ancestral Heritage Research and Teaching Society, supposedly dedicated to researching Germanic history and culture. In reality, it's pseudoscience designed to provide academic credibility to Nazi racial theories and German superiority claims. The Ahnenerbe funds expeditions to Tibet looking for evidence of Aryan origins, conducts archaeological digs seeking proof of ancient Germanic civilizations, and later performs horrific medical experiments on concentration camp prisoners in the name of research. Himmler recruits academics who are willing to prostitute their credentials to Nazi ideology, giving them funding and resources in exchange for producing studies that support predetermined conclusions about race and German destiny. By 1938, the SS has become a massive organization with multiple branches and over 200,000 members. There's the Allgemeine SS, the general membership that includes most SS men who hold civilian jobs and serve part-time. There's the SS Totenkopfverband, the death head units guarding concentration camps. There's the SS Verfügungstruppe, the armed military formations that will become the Waffen-SS. There's the Gestapo and Kripo under security police. There's the SD collecting intelligence. There's the Race and Settlement Office managing racial policy. There's a legal department, an economic department, a personnel department, a sprawling bureaucracy that rivals government ministries in size and complexity. Himmler commands this empire with obsessive attention to detail, reading reports on everything from individual arrests to camp construction budgets, making decisions on matters large and small, building a system where nothing happens without SS knowledge and approval. The SS economic interests expand beyond camp labor. Himmler creates the Verwaltung Uniwirtschaftsamt, later reorganized as the SS Economic and Administrative Main Office, to manage SS business enterprises. The SS owns quarries, brick factories, construction companies, furniture manufacturers, even mineral water plants. Many of these businesses use concentration camp labor, giving the SS profit motive for arrests and detention. The more prisoners they have, the more labor they can exploit, the more money flows into SS coffers. It's an incentive structure that encourages expansion of the camp system beyond any security justification, transforming political imprisonment into a business model. The SS is becoming not just a terror organization, but a commercial empire built on slavery. In November 1938, the SS demonstrates its willingness to orchestrate mass violence against German Jews. The pogrom known as Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass, appears spontaneous, a supposedly popular uprising triggered by the assassination of a German diplomat in Paris by a young Polish Jew. In reality, it's carefully coordinated by the Nazi leadership, with Heydrich issuing detailed instructions to security police and SD units across Germany. On November 9th and 10th, synagogues burn across the country. Jewish businesses are vandalized and looted. Jewish homes are invaded, their contents smashed or stolen. Jews are beaten in the streets, humiliated, terrorized. At least 91 Jews are murdered, though the actual number is certainly higher. And over 30,000 Jewish men are arrested and sent to concentration camps, specifically Dachau, Buchenwald, and Sachsenhausen. It's the largest mass arrest yet, a demonstration that the SS can detain tens of thousands of people simultaneously, that they have the infrastructure and capacity to handle populations rather than just individuals. The Jews arrested during Kristallnacht face horrific treatment in the camps. They're separated from other prisoners and subjected to particularly brutal abuse. Guards beat them constantly, force them to perform humiliating acts, work them to exhaustion on pointless tasks designed solely to break their spirits. Many die from the beatings, from untreated injuries, from heart attacks brought on by stress and abuse. Others commit suicide, throwing themselves against the electrified fences or finding other means to end their suffering. Most are eventually released after weeks or months, but only after their families pay ransoms or sign over property to the SS, and only after they agree to leave Germany immediately. The message is clear: Jews are no longer safe in Germany, and the SS has the power to destroy them whenever it chooses. Kristallnacht represents a turning point, the moment when persecution becomes open violence, when the Nazi regime drops any pretense of legality in dealing with its perceived racial enemies. The SS by late 1938 is fundamentally different from the small bodyguard unit that existed just 9 years earlier. It's now an enormous organization with over 250,000 members, controlling the police, running concentration camps, gathering intelligence, conducting racial policy, operating businesses, training military units, and infiltrating every aspect of German society. It's become indispensable to the Nazi regime, the machinery that keeps the system functioning through surveillance, intimidation, and violence. Himmler has built exactly what he envisioned: an elite order of racially pure, ideologically committed men who serve Hitler with absolute loyalty and enforce Nazi ideology, without mercy or hesitation. The black uniforms are everywhere, watching, controlling, eliminating obstacles. Germany is becoming an SS state, where the distinction between party and government, between law and terror, has ceased to exist. And everything the SS has done so far, all the arrests and camps and murders, is merely preparation for what's coming. War is less than a year away, and the SS is ready. The SS stands at the peak of its power within Germany, but Ernst Röhm's ghost still haunts the organization. Not literally, of course, but the memory of the purge, the ease with which the SS murdered hundreds of people without consequence, has established a precedent that becomes doctrine. The Night of the Long Knives taught the SS and the Nazi leadership that violence can solve political problems, that murder is an acceptable tool of statecraft, that loyalty to Hitler justifies any crime. It's a lesson that will be applied again and again, with increasing scale and brutality, as Germany moves toward war. But in June 1934, in those 72 hours of coordinated killing, something fundamental changed in the Nazi state. The rule of law, already weakened, collapsed entirely. The SS became executioners, and Hitler became an absolute dictator whose word was literally law, whose orders superseded constitution, statute, and human decency. The purge itself began with meticulous planning that started weeks before the actual violence. Himmler and Heydrich understood that they needed more than just Hitler's approval. They needed cover, plausible justification, evidence that could be presented to the German public and to skeptics within the Nazi Party. So they manufactured it. The SD produced reports claiming that Rome was meeting with foreign diplomats, particularly the French ambassador, discussing a coup against Hitler. These reports were complete fabrications, but they had official stamps, proper formatting, the appearance of legitimate intelligence. Heydrich was brilliant at this kind of information warfare, understanding that people believe what looks official, what comes through proper channels, what appears to be verified by multiple sources, even when those sources are all controlled by the same organization. The lists of targets expanded far beyond SA leadership. Himmler and Heydrich saw the purge as an opportunity to settle old scores and eliminate anyone who might pose future problems. Gregor Strasser, once a powerful Nazi who'd had political disputes with Hitler years earlier, was on the list despite having retired from politics. Herbert von Bose, Vice-Chancellor Franz von Pappen's press secretary, was targeted because he'd written speeches critical of Nazi radicalism. Father Bernhard Stempfel, a priest who'd helped Hitler edit Mein Kampf and knew too much about Hitler's personal history, was marked for death. Gustav Ritter von Kahr, who'd opposed Hitler during the Beer Hall Putsch 11 years earlier, was 73 years old and retired, but that didn't save him. The SS had long memories and used this opportunity to eliminate anyone they considered an enemy, regardless of current threat level. The coordination required for simultaneous arrests and executions across multiple cities was extraordinary. The SS had to mobilize units in Munich, Berlin, Silesia, and other locations without alerting targets or causing premature panic. They needed cooperation from the army, which provided weapons and in some cases soldiers to assist with arrests. They needed the Gestapo to handle arrests of non-SA targets. They needed secure communication to prevent leaks. Heydrich managed this through a combination of telephone calls, telegrams, and personal couriers, creating a command structure that could execute complex operations with precision. It was the first time the SS demonstrated its capability for large-scale coordinated violence, a dry run for operations that would later be conducted across occupied Europe. On June 30th, 1934, Hitler's personal involvement in the Bad Wiessee arrests reveals much about his character and leadership style. He didn't just order the purge from a distance. He flew to Munich, drove to the hotel, personally confronted Rome and the other SA leaders. Accounts from SS men present describe Hitler as furious, screaming at the arrested officers, calling them traitors and perverts. He wanted them to know that he personally had condemned them, that their arrest came from his authority and judgment. It's theatrical, almost operatic, this scene of betrayal and confrontation. But it's also calculated. Hitler is establishing that loyalty to him is absolute, that even old comrades like Rome, men who'd been with him since the earliest days of the Nazi movement, can be destroyed if they threaten his power. The decision about what to do with Rome himself was apparently difficult for Hitler. Rome had been genuinely loyal despite their political differences. He'd helped build the Nazi Party when it was just a fringe movement meeting in beer halls. He'd been one of the few people allowed to address Hitler with familiar pronouns, to treat him as an equal rather than a Führer. But Himmler and Göring kept pressure on Hitler, insisting that Rome was too dangerous to live, that showing mercy would be interpreted as weakness. Hitler finally agreed, and on July 2nd, he gave the order. Theodor Eicke was chosen to carry it out, a deliberate choice. Eicke had proven his ruthlessness at Dachau, had shown he could kill without hesitation or remorse. He entered Rome's cell at Stadelheim prison with his deputy, Michael Lippert. They gave Rome a pistol and told him he had 10 minutes to shoot himself. Rome refused. "If Adolf wants me dead, let him do it himself," he reportedly said. The 10 minutes passed. Eicke and Lippert raised their pistols and fired repeatedly at close range. Rome died slowly, bleeding on the cell floor, calling out for Hitler until he lost consciousness. The killing of Kurt von Schleicher, Germany's former chancellor, was particularly brazen and revealed how far the SS was willing to go. Schleicher had retired from politics and was living quietly with his wife when SS men arrived at his home on June 30th. They claimed to be conducting a house search. When Schleicher reached for his desk drawer, possibly for documents or perhaps for a weapon, the SS men shot him. Then they shot his wife, Elizabeth, who'd witnessed the murder. The official story was that Schleicher had resisted arrest and his wife had been caught in crossfire. The truth was simpler. Heydrich wanted Schleicher dead because he knew too much about political intrigues from his time as chancellor, and the SS murdered both Schleichers to eliminate witnesses. That a former head of government and his wife could be murdered in their home without investigation or consequence demonstrated how completely the Nazi regime had abandoned any pretense of legality. In the aftermath, Hitler addressed the Reichstag on July 13th to justify the purge. His speech is a masterpiece of political manipulation and legal sophistry. He claims that Rome and the SA were planning an immediate coup, that he had evidence of meetings with foreign powers, that the SA was preparing to arrest cabinet members and seize government buildings. None of this was true, but Hitler presents it with absolute conviction, mixing lies with selective facts, appealing to German nationalism and fear of chaos. Then he makes an extraordinary claim. "In this hour, I was responsible for the fate of the German people, and thereby I became the supreme judge of the German people." He's asserting that as Führer, he is above the law, that his decisions are the law, that he can order executions without trial or legal process because his judgment supersedes all other authority. The Reichstag, packed with Nazi Party loyalists, applauds enthusiastically. President Hindenburg, the old field marshal who still technically outranks Hitler, sends a telegram congratulating him for saving Germany. The German public's reaction is complex. Official propaganda presents the purge as Hitler saving the nation from traitors, and many Germans accept this narrative. The SA had been genuinely unpopular with middle-class Germans who viewed the brown shirts as thugs and revolutionaries threatening social order. News that Hitler had moved decisively against the SA leadership, that he'd restored discipline and removed radical elements, is actually welcomed by many. The fact that dozens or hundreds of people were murdered without trial barely registers as a concern. Germany has spent the past year and a half under Nazi rule watching the legal system eroded, watching political opponents arrested and imprisoned without charges, watching violence become normalized. The purge is an escalation, certainly, but not a fundamental departure from what Germans have already learned to accept. There are whispers, of course, private conversations where people express shock or horror, but no public protests, no outcry, no resistance. For the SS, the purge is transformative in multiple ways. Most obviously, it elevates their status within the Nazi hierarchy. They've proven their loyalty and capability in the most dramatic way possible, and Hitler rewards them. On July 20th, Hitler officially separates the SS from the SA, making it an independent organization answerable only to him. Himmler is promoted to Reichsführer SS and given expanded authority. The Death's Head units that participated in the killings are recognized as elite formations. SS men who pulled the triggers, who beat prisoners to death, who carried out executions receive promotions and decorations. The organization learns that violence brings rewards, that brutality is valued, that following orders to commit murder is the path to advancement. But the purge also transforms the SS psychologically and culturally. Before June 1934, the SS had run concentration camps where prisoners were abused and sometimes died, but they hadn't conducted mass executions on orders from the highest levels. The purge crosses a line. SS men learn that they can murder fellow Germans, including prominent Nazis, war heroes, and respected conservatives, and face no consequences. In fact, they're celebrated for it. The psychological barrier against killing is lowered dramatically. The rationalization becomes simple. These were orders from Hitler himself, the supreme authority in Germany. Following those orders, no matter how bloody, is not just acceptable but mandatory. It's a duty, a demonstration of loyalty. SS men who participated in the purge talk about it with pride, as a defining moment when they prove their worth to the Führer. Theodor Eich's role in killing Rome makes him an SS hero. He's promoted to SS-Gruppenführer, a given command of the newly formed SS Division Totenkopf, which will become one of the most brutal units of the Waffen-SS during the war. Eich represents everything Himmler wants in an SS officer: absolute obedience, personal courage in carrying out unpleasant tasks, complete lack of sentimentality, and ideological commitment. He tells his men repeatedly that they're soldiers in an ideological war, that their enemies are not just military opponents but racial and political threats to Germany's survival, that showing mercy is betrayal. This mindset, cultivated in the concentration camp system and reinforced by the purge, becomes central to SS identity. The military establishment's response to the purge is telling. Army leaders were nervous about the SA because Rome wanted to absorb the Wehrmacht into his brown shirt army, which would have ended their independence and professional military culture. When Hitler moves against Rome, the army leadership is relieved. They see the SS as the lesser threat, a political police force that won't challenge military authority. This is a catastrophic miscalculation. The SS is already building armed formations that will become a parallel army, and after the purge, those formations expand rapidly. More importantly, by supporting Hitler's extrajudicial killings, by providing weapons, and in some cases personnel for the operation, the army becomes complicit in the destruction of the rule of law. Officers who should have been horrified by state-sponsored murder without trial instead rationalize it as political necessity. This moral compromise will make it easier for the army to accept and participate in SS atrocities during the war. The Catholic Church's reaction is muted and inadequate. Father Bernhard Stempfel was murdered during the purge, shot in a forest near Munich, and his body left in a ditch. Several Catholic activists and politicians were killed. Yet the Vatican and German bishops remain largely silent. They issue no public condemnations, no calls for justice, no demands for accountability. Pope Pius XI is concerned privately but takes no public action. The German bishops prioritize their concordat with Hitler's government, their institutional privileges and protections, over moral witness. This silence emboldens the SS and the Nazi regime generally. If even the Church won't protest state-sponsored murder, who will? The international reaction is similarly weak. Foreign governments and media report on the purge with varying degrees of accuracy. The British and French governments express private concerns but take no diplomatic action. They're more focused on maintaining relations with Germany and preventing another European war than on protesting domestic German atrocities. American newspapers cover the story, but it quickly fades from headlines. The Soviet Union uses it for propaganda purposes, pointing to Nazi Germany's violent instability, but Stalin's regime is conducting its own purges and mass murders, so the criticism rings hollow. The lesson the SS learns is that the international community will protest verbally, but take no concrete action to stop Nazi violence, even when it's conducted openly and publicly. Within the SS, the purge becomes a bonding experience, a shared secret that ties participants together. Men who killed alongside each other that weekend form connections based on mutual complicity. They know things about each other that can never be spoken publicly, actions they took that were technically murder regardless of orders or justification. This creates intense loyalty within SS units, a sense that they're bound together by what they've done, that they must protect each other because exposing one would expose all. It's a dynamic that Himmler deliberately cultivates. He wants his men compromised, wants them to have blood on their hands, because it makes them dependent on the SS for protection and justification. The efficiency and coordination demonstrated during the purge becomes a model for future SS operations. Heydrich's planning, the use of lists and pre-designated targets, the simultaneous actions in multiple locations, the speed with which hundreds of people were arrested and killed, all of this is studied and refined. The SS learns what works: surprise, overwhelming force, immediate action without hesitation or legal process, control of information to prevent resistance or escape. These lessons will be applied in occupied Poland, in the Soviet Union, in the extermination camps. The Night of the Long Knives is practice for genocide, a demonstration that the SS can identify, locate, and eliminate large numbers of people quickly and efficiently when given the order. By mid-July 1934, the purge is complete. The SA is broken as a political force. Ernst Röhm and his top leadership are dead. The organization continues to exist, but as a subordinate entity focused on paramilitary training and ceremonial functions, no longer a threat to Hitler or the SS. Himmler's organization has emerged as the dominant force in Nazi Germany's security apparatus, controlling police, intelligence, and the growing concentration camp system. The black uniforms have proven their loyalty in blood, and Hitler knows he can depend on them for any task, no matter how brutal or illegal. The SS has become what Himmler always intended: an elite order bound by ideology, selected by race, hardened by violence, and loyal unto death. They've murdered their way to power, and they're just beginning. The blood from the purge has barely dried when Himmler begins the most ambitious expansion in SS history. July 1934 marks the beginning of a 5-year period during which the SS transforms from a powerful internal security force into a vast empire that controls virtually every aspect of state terror, surveillance, and repression in Nazi Germany. Himmler moves with calculated precision, expanding SS authority piece by piece, absorbing existing institutions, creating new ones, building a bureaucratic structure so complex and all-encompassing that it becomes impossible to govern Germany without SS involvement. He's no longer just consolidating power. He's creating a parallel state apparatus that operates according to its own rules, answers to its own hierarchy, and pursues its own vision of what Nazi Germany should become. The concentration camp system expands dramatically under Theodor Eich's leadership. After his promotion for murdering Rome, Eich is given unlimited authority to standardize and grow the camps. By 1935, the camps hold approximately 10,000 prisoners, a number that seems almost quaint compared to what's coming, but represents a massive increase from just 2 years earlier. Eich creates a formal training program for SS Death's Head units, teaching guards not just how to control prisoners, but how to dehumanize them systematically. New recruits attend lectures on racial theory, learning that prisoners are subhuman enemies of Germany who deserve no mercy. They practice formations and protocols, turning imprisonment into a military operation with ranks, orders, and rigid discipline. Most importantly, they're taught that cruelty is virtue, that hardness toward prisoners demonstrates proper SS attitude, that any compassion is weakness that betrays the organization and the Führer. Eich publishes detailed regulations for camp operations, a document that becomes the blueprint for all future concentration camps. It specifies punishments for various infractions, most of which are deliberately vague to give guards maximum discretion. Talking back to a guard results in 25 lashes with a whip. Refusing to work results in solitary confinement and reduced rations. Attempting escape results in death, often administered publicly to terrorize other prisoners. But the regulations also allow for collective punishment, where entire barracks or prisoner groups suffer because of one person's violation. This creates internal pressure among prisoners to police themselves, to prevent anyone from doing anything that might trigger group punishment. It's a sophisticated system of control that uses prisoners against each other, fragmenting any possibility of solidarity or resistance. The Death's Head units themselves grow from a few hundred men to several thousand by 1937. These are full-time SS soldiers who live in barracks near the camps, who train like military units, but whose enemy is imprisoned civilians behind barbed wire. They're among the youngest SS men on average, often in their late teens or early 20s, recruited specifically for this duty. Ike prefers young men because they're easier to indoctrinate, less likely to have moral qualms about the work, more eager to prove themselves. He creates an esprit de corps based on shared brutality, awarding promotions to guards who demonstrate particular ruthlessness. The Death's Head units develop their own culture, their own rituals, their own dark pride in what they do. They wear the skull and crossbones prominently, a symbol that once represented military tradition, but now means something far more sinister. Himmler's control over German police reaches completion in June 1936 with his official appointment as Chief of German Police. It's a bureaucratic masterstroke that merges state authority with party power, making the distinction between the two meaningless. Every police officer in Germany, from criminal investigators in Berlin to rural constables in Bavaria, now operates under SS authority. Himmler immediately begins placing SS men in key positions throughout the police hierarchy, ensuring that loyal subordinates control every level of law enforcement. Police who resist or question SS methods find themselves transferred to undesirable posts or simply dismissed. The police force is Nazified rapidly and thoroughly, transformed from an institution that theoretically serves the law into an instrument of ideological enforcement. The Gestapo under Reinhard Heydrich becomes the most feared institution in Germany. By 1937, it has offices in every major city, employing thousands of agents and tens of thousands of informants. The Gestapo's power lies not in its size, which is actually relatively small compared to the population it monitors, but in the perception that it's everywhere. Germans learn to assume that any conversation might be overheard, any complaint might be reported, any deviation from proper Nazi behavior might result in a knock on the door at 3 in the morning. The Gestapo doesn't need to actually watch everyone if everyone believes they're being watched. This psychological dimension of terror is Heydrich's genius. He creates a system where Germans police themselves out of fear, where neighbors inform on neighbors not necessarily out of ideological commitment, but out of self-preservation or petty grievances. Heydrich's SD expands its intelligence operations beyond Germany's borders, establishing networks in neighboring countries to monitor émigré opposition groups, track down fleeing Jews and political dissidents, and gather intelligence on foreign governments. The SD recruits agents from German expatriate communities, from sympathetic right-wing groups in other countries, from people who can be blackmailed or bribed. By 1938, the SD has active operations in Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, France, and even the United States. These networks provide intelligence that helps the Nazi regime anticipate opposition, eliminate threats before they materialize, and plan for future territorial expansion. The SD is becoming not just an internal security service, but a foreign intelligence apparatus capable of operating across Europe. The armed SS formations, the troops that will eventually become the Waffen-SS, grow from 3 regiments to multiple divisions by 1939. Himmler is building a private army, and he's doing it over the Wehrmacht's strong objections. Army leadership views the armed SS as an expensive duplication of effort, a political intrusion into military affairs, and a potential rival for resources and prestige. They're right on all counts, but they lack the political power to stop Himmler. Hitler supports the armed SS because he doesn't entirely trust the army, which remains dominated by conservative officers who served the Kaiser and maintained traditional military culture. The SS offers absolute political loyalty that the army cannot match. when Hitler needs troops who will follow any order without moral or legal hesitation. He knows the SS will deliver where the army might question or resist. The SS Verfügungstrupp, the armed formations available for special deployment, receive training that differs significantly from regular army instruction. Yes, they learn standard military skills like weapons handling, tactics, and unit cohesion. But they also receive intensive political indoctrination, hours of lectures on racial theory, Nazi ideology, and the necessity of ruthlessness. They're taught that the coming war will not be a conventional conflict between armies, but an existential racial struggle where normal rules don't apply. Mercy toward racial enemies is portrayed as treason. Brutality towards civilians in occupied territory is presented as necessary security measure. These soldiers are being prepared not just to fight enemy armies, but to terrorize and eliminate entire populations. Himmler's obsession with racial purity intensifies throughout this period. The SS Race and Settlement Main Office expands its operations, employing hundreds of staff to investigate the ancestry of SS members and their fiancées. Every SS man who wants to marry must submit his fiancée for approval, providing documentation of her ancestry back multiple generations, photographs for racial evaluation, medical records proving her fitness to bear children. The office rejects marriage applications for reasons ranging from insufficient Aryan appearance to family health histories that suggest genetic weakness. It's eugenics implemented as organizational policy, an attempt to breed a master race through selective reproduction. Himmler genuinely believes this pseudo-scientific nonsense, spends hours studying genealogies and racial classifications, sees himself as the architect of a new Germanic humanity. The Lebensborn program expands from its initial maternity home into a network of facilities across Germany. By 1938, there are several Lebensborn homes where unmarried women pregnant by SS men can give birth in secrecy, avoiding the social stigma of illegitimacy while producing children for the Reich. Himmler frames this as patriotic duty, telling SS men that fathering children, whether within marriage or outside it, serves Germany's demographic needs. The program is voluntary at this stage, attracting women who believe Nazi propaganda about serving the Volk through childbearing. Many of these women are young, idealistic, convinced that having a child with an SS man is contributing to Germany's racial future. The reality is sadder and more exploitative, with many women abandoned by the fathers and left to raise children alone despite promises of SS support. The SS economic empire grows beyond concentration camp labor into legitimate and semi-legitimate business operations. The SS owns quarries where prisoners break rocks, brick factories where prisoners make building materials, construction companies that use prisoner labor for projects across Germany. But Himmler also establishes companies that operate more conventionally, employing paid workers and competing in regular markets. The SS owns publishing houses that produce ideological materials, porcelain factories that manufacture decorative items, mineral water companies that bottle and distribute beverages. These businesses generate revenue that flows into SS accounts, giving Himmler financial independence from state budgets and allowing him to fund projects without government oversight. The SS is becoming not just a security organization, but a commercial empire with diverse revenue streams and growing economic power. In 1937, Himmler creates the Hauptamt SS-Gericht, the main office of SS legal affairs, establishing a parallel legal system within the organization. SS men accused of crimes are tried not in regular courts, but by SS judges applying SS regulations. This means that when an SS guard beats a prisoner to death, when an SS officer embezzles funds, when SS men commit rape or murder, they face justice only from their own organization. Predictably, the SS legal system rarely punishes its members for crimes against prisoners or civilians. Guards who murder inmates might be reprimanded for unauthorized killings, not because the killing itself is wrong, but because it wasn't properly ordered through channels. The SS legal system exists not to ensure justice, but to shield SS men from accountability to external authorities, to keep SS crimes internal and protected. By 1938, the concentration camps are holding approximately 60,000 prisoners, a six-fold increase from just 3 years earlier. New camps are constructed to handle the growing population. Sachsenhausen near Berlin, Buchenwald near Weimar, Flossenburg in Bavaria, Mauthausen in newly annexed Austria. These are larger than earlier camps, more systematically organized, with stone buildings instead of temporary barracks, with crematoriums to dispose of bodies, with workshops and factories where prisoners labor for SS economic enterprises. The camps are becoming permanent installations, integral parts of the Nazi state apparatus. Initially sold to the German public as temporary detention for political enemies, they're clearly designed for long-term operation and continuous expansion. The prisoner population diversifies as the Nazis expand their definition of who threatens the state. Political prisoners, primarily communists and social democrats, are joined by Jehovah's Witnesses who refuse military service and Nazi salutes, by Romani people arrested simply for being Romani, by men accused of homosexuality under Germany's harsh anti-homosexuality laws, by people labeled as social or work-shy, categories so vague they can be applied to almost anyone. Jews are arrested in growing numbers, particularly after Kristallnacht in November 1938, when over 30,000 Jewish men are sent to camps. Each prisoner category receives different colored triangles sewn onto their uniforms. Red for political prisoners, green for criminals, pink for homosexuals, black for asocials, purple for Jehovah's Witnesses. The system creates hierarchies among prisoners, with political prisoners generally treated slightly better than other categories, a deliberate strategy to prevent unified resistance. The SS develops increasingly sophisticated methods of extracting confessions and information for prisoners. Gestapo interrogation techniques include sleep deprivation, prolonged standing, beatings that leave minimal visible marks, psychological torture through threats against family members. These methods are studied and refined, shared between Gestapo offices, taught to new interrogators. The SS is systematizing torture, turning it from spontaneous violence into calculated procedure. Interrogators keep records of which techniques produce results, which combination of physical and psychological pressure breaks different types of prisoners most efficiently. It's the bureaucratization of cruelty, torture managed like any other administrative function with procedures, training, and performance evaluation. Heydrich establishes the Reich Main Security Office planning in 1939, though it won't be formally created until September of that year. This organization will merge the security police and the SD into a single massive apparatus, controlling all security and intelligence functions in Nazi Germany. It represents the culmination of SS empire building, a super agency that combines criminal investigation, political policing, foreign intelligence, and ideological surveillance under one roof. Heydrich will command this empire from its headquarters on Prinz-Albrechtstrasse in Berlin, a complex of buildings that becomes synonymous with Nazi terror. From these offices, Heydrich coordinates the Gestapo's domestic surveillance, the SD's intelligence operations, the criminal police's investigations, all working in concert to identify and eliminate anyone the regime considers threatening or undesirable. The SS by late 1939 has approximately 240,000 members, organized into multiple main offices handling security, military affairs, racial policy, personnel, legal matters, and economics. It's no longer just an organization within the Nazi state. It's a state within a state, with its own courts, its own businesses, its own military formations, its own ideology and culture. SS men swear allegiance to Hitler personally rather than to Germany or Constitution. They follow SS regulations that override civilian and military law. They see themselves as a racial and ideological elite, superior to ordinary Germans, chosen for the historical mission of creating and defending the Third Reich. This sense of special status, of being above normal rules and morality, is deliberately cultivated by Himmler. He wants his men to feel they're part of something larger than themselves, bound by special obligations and granted special privileges. The concentration camp system has become a permanent feature of Nazi Germany, accepted by most Germans as necessary for dealing with enemies and undesirables. The camps are not secret. Germans know they exist, know roughly what happens there. See prisoners on work details in nearby towns. Some Germans actively support the camps as proper treatment for communists and criminals. Others feel vague unease, but rationalize it as necessary for security or convince themselves that conditions can't be as bad as rumors suggest. Very few actively oppose the camps, and those who do face immediate arrest and imprisonment themselves. The camps serve their purpose perfectly, punishing actual opponents while terrorizing everyone else into compliance. The message is clear and impossible to miss. Step out of line, criticize the regime, belong to the wrong group, and you disappear behind barbed wire where the SS can do whatever they want to you. The SS stands ready as Germany prepares for war. Everything built during these 5 years, the police control, the intelligence networks, the concentration camps, the armed formations, the economic enterprises, the racial offices, all of it has been preparation for what Himmler and Hitler planned to do beyond Germany's borders. The SS has practiced on German citizens, on German Jews, on German political opponents. They've learned how to arrest, interrogate, imprison, torture, and kill efficiently and without remorse. They've built the infrastructure and trained the personnel for mass persecution. They've created an organizational culture where following orders matters more than law or morality, where racial ideology justifies any action, where loyalty to Hitler supersedes all other values. The black uniforms are everywhere in Germany now, a constant visible reminder of SS power. And when the Wehrmacht crosses into Poland in September 1939, the SS will follow right behind them, bringing everything they've learned, everything they've built, everything they've become, to occupied territory where there are no restraints left at all. September 1st, 1939. German tanks cross the Polish border at 4:45 in the morning, and the world lurches toward catastrophe. The Wehrmacht's invasion is swift and brutal, utilizing new tactics that combine tanks, aircraft, and motorized infantry in coordinated attacks that smash through Polish defenses. The world will call it blitzkrieg, lightning war, and it represents a revolution in military thinking. But behind the advancing armies, following in their wake like vultures tracking a dying animal, come the SS. They're not here to fight the Polish military. They have a different mission entirely, one that will transform the SS from an internal security force into the primary instrument of Nazi genocide. The units tasked with this mission are called Einsatzgruppen, Special Action Groups, a bureaucratic name that conceals their true purpose. They're mobile killing squads, and Poland is where they learn their trade. Reinhard Himmler organizes the Einsatzgruppen with characteristic efficiency. He forms 7 groups, labeled A through G, each composed of between 500 and 1,000 men. These aren't regular soldiers. They're a mixture of SS men, Gestapo agents, criminal police, and SD intelligence officers, selected for ideological reliability and willingness to carry out extreme orders. Many are educated professionals, lawyers, doctors, teachers, administrators who've joined the SS because they believe in Nazi ideology or see opportunities for advancement. Some have university degrees. Some speak multiple languages. They're not thugs or criminals or marginal men. They're respectable members of German society who've accepted the Nazi worldview so completely that they're prepared to commit mass murder in its service. The orders given to the Einsatzgruppen are deliberately vague, couched in euphemistic language that provides plausible deniability while making the actual intent clear. They're to secure the rear areas behind advancing troops, to eliminate resistance and potential resistance, to deal with enemies of the Reich. What this means in practice is killing Polish intellectuals, clergy, nobility, professionals, anyone capable of leading resistance or maintaining Polish national identity. It also means killing Jews, though initially this is presented as security measure rather than racial extermination. The Einsatzgruppen are to make Poland leaderless, to decapitate Polish society so thoroughly that organized resistance becomes impossible. It's targeted destruction of a nation's elite, carefully planned genocide against the educated classes. The killing begins within hours of the invasion. Einsatzgruppen units enter Polish towns behind Wehrmacht combat troops, consulting lists prepared in advance by the SD. They arrest mayors, teachers, priests, doctors, lawyers, landowners. Sometimes these people are shot immediately, in town squares or forests, in ditches hastily dug by the victims themselves. Other times they're held briefly for interrogation before execution. The Wehrmacht initially cooperates, providing transportation, security, sometimes soldiers to assist with arrests and executions. Some army officers are troubled by what they're witnessing, but most accept SS explanations that these measures are necessary for security, that the people being killed are partisans or communist agents or threats to German forces. In the town of Bydgoszcz, where fighting between Polish forces and German units results in civilian casualties, the SS uses this as pretext for massive reprisals. They round up hundreds of Polish civilians and execute them in public shootings that last for days. The victims are forced to dig mass graves, then shot at the edge so their bodies fall in. Einsatzgruppen men take turns shooting, rotating through so that everyone participates, so that no one can claim they didn't personally kill anyone. This rotation system is deliberate. Heinrich and the Einsatzgruppen commanders understand that shared guilt creates unit cohesion, that men who've killed together are bound by that experience, that collective participation in atrocity prevents individual dissent. The psychological impact on the killers varies. Some Einsatzgruppen men appear to enjoy the work, demonstrating enthusiasm for violence that suggests sadistic personalities give an official outlet. Others participate mechanically, treating murder as bureaucratic duty to be performed efficiently without emotional engagement. Still others show signs of stress, drinking heavily, having nightmares, requesting transfers. The commanders address this through a combination of ideological reinforcement and practical accommodation. Men struggling with the killing are reminded that they're following orders, that their actions serve Germany's existential struggle, that weakness or sentimentality betrays their comrades and their Führer. They're also provided with alcohol to numb their consciences and group activities to maintain morale. By late September, the Einsatzgruppen have killed thousands of Poles. The exact numbers are uncertain because record-keeping is inconsistent and many executions go unreported. But conservative estimates suggest at least 15,000 deaths in the first month of occupation. These aren't combat casualties or collateral damage from military operations. They're deliberate murders of civilians selected for elimination because of their education, profession, or ethnicity. The scale is unprecedented in modern European warfare, though it will seem small compared to what's coming. Poland is the testing ground where the SS learns that mass murder is possible, that ordinary men can be organized to kill civilians systematically, that the machinery of industrial society can be adapted for genocide. The Einsatzgruppen operations reveal organizational capabilities that go beyond simple violence. Each unit includes administrative staff who maintain records of executions, noting names when possible, numbers when not, locations, dates, justifications. The paperwork of death is meticulous. Reports flow up through SS channels to Heinrich in Berlin, who compiles them into summaries for Himmler. The bureaucracy of murder is being established, creating documentation that allows the SS leadership to track progress, allocate resources, plan future operations. The clerks and administrators maintaining these records are complicit in the killing as surely as the men pulling triggers, demonstrating how genocide requires participation across all organizational levels. The Wehrmacht's relationship with the Einsatzgruppen is complex and varies by unit and individual officer. Some German commanders welcome SS assistance in securing rear areas, believing that eliminating potential resistance before it forms is militarily sound. Others are disgusted by the mass shootings of civilians, viewing them as criminal acts that dishonor Germany and violate military traditions. A few army officers protest to higher command, writing reports about SS atrocities and requesting that military authorities intervene. These protests are generally ignored or suppressed. The army leadership has already agreed to give the SS free hand in Poland, and they're unwilling to confront Himmler or Hitler over SS methods. The military's complicity deepens with every day they allow the killings to continue. In addition to the Einsatzgruppen, Himmler deploys Volksdeutscher Selbstschutz, ethnic German self-defense militias recruited from German minorities in Poland. These units, organized and controlled by the SS, participate in identifying and murdering Poles, particularly those who allegedly mistreated Germans before the war. The Selbstschutz militias are often more brutal than the Einsatzgruppen, motivated by personal revenge and ethnic hatred. They know the local population, can identify specific individuals, understand local geography and social networks. Their participation allows the SS to kill more people more quickly, outsourcing some of the murder to locals while maintaining overall control. It's a technique the SS will refine and expand in occupied Soviet territory. The euthanasia program that the SS helps implement parallels the Polish operations and provides additional training in mass killing. Starting in late 1939, Hitler authorizes the systematic murder of mentally and physically disabled Germans in a program codenamed T4 after the address of its headquarters. The killing is initially done through lethal injection and poison, but the program soon develops mobile gas vans and eventually stationary gas chambers using carbon monoxide. Doctors select victims, administrators maintain records, technicians operate the killing facilities, nurses and orderlies move victims through the process. The T4 program kills over 70,000 disabled Germans by August 1941, and many personnel who gain experience in this program will later staff the extermination camps. The SS learns that killing can be industrialized, that victims can be processed in batches, that medical and technical expertise can make murder more efficient. The SS also establishes the first concentration camps in occupied Poland. Though these initially resemble the camps in Germany, detention facilities for political opponents, resistance members, and anyone considered dangerous to German rule. The camp at Stutthof, near Danzig, opens in September 1939. Others follow quickly. Conditions in these Polish camps are worse than in German camps, because the SS feels less restrained by potential oversight or German public opinion. Prisoners are worked harder, fed less, beaten more frequently. Deaths from disease, malnutrition, and violence are common. The Polish camps are laboratories where the SS experiments with methods of control and elimination, learning what level of brutality can be sustained, how many prisoners can be managed by how many guards, how to extract maximum labor while maintaining terror. Heydrich convenes a conference in Berlin on September 21, 1939, to coordinate SS policy in Poland. The meeting includes Einsatzgruppen commanders and SS administrators who will govern occupied Polish territories. Heydrich presents what he calls the ultimate goal, using language that obscures while revealing. Polish Jews are to be concentrated in ghettos in major cities, ostensibly for security and administrative purposes. But Heydrich makes clear that this concentration is a preparatory step towards some undefined final resolution. He doesn't specify what that resolution will be, possibly because the Nazi leadership hasn't yet decided the specifics, but the implication is clear. The ghettos are not permanent solutions, but way stations towards something more radical. The creation of ghettos begins almost immediately in some Polish cities. In Piotrkow Trybunalski, SS authorities established the first ghetto in October 1939, forcing the city's Jewish population into a small designated area surrounded by barbed wire and guards. Jews from surrounding towns are also transported there, concentrating thousands of people in neighborhoods designed for hundreds. Conditions deteriorate rapidly. Housing is overcrowded, with multiple families sharing single rooms. Food supplies are inadequate, controlled by SS authorities who allocate minimal rations. Disease spreads quickly in the cramped, unsanitary conditions. The ghetto becomes a place of slow death, where people starve gradually, where typhus and tuberculosis kill steadily, where hope evaporates in the grinding daily struggle for survival. The SS administrative structure in Poland is complex, reflecting Nazi ideology about racial hierarchy and territorial organization. Western Poland is directly annexed to Germany, incorporated into the Reich and designated for German settlement. Poles living in these areas are expelled eastward, their property confiscated for German colonists. Central Poland becomes the general government, a colonial administration ruled by Hans Frank, a Nazi lawyer appointed by Hitler. Frank governs with assistance from higher SS and police leaders who report to Himmler, creating parallel authority structures that compete and overlap. The result is administrative chaos that paradoxically facilitates SS power, because in the absence of clear jurisdiction, the SS can operate with maximum freedom. Himmler's racial colonization plans for Poland are grandiose and genocidal. He envisions millions of Germans settling in the annexed territories, creating agricultural communities and towns that will Germanize the landscape. This requires removing the Polish population, either through expulsion further east or through extermination. The SS establishes offices specifically for ethnic German resettlement, recruiting German farmers from within Germany and from German communities in the Baltic states and elsewhere. These settlers receive farms and businesses confiscated from Poles, literally moving into homes where Polish families lived until being forcibly removed. The SS presents this as historical justice, reclaiming Germanic lands from Slavic occupation, but it's straightforward colonialism backed by state violence. The winter of 1939 to 1940 is catastrophic for Poles, particularly Jews. The Einsatzgruppen continue their execution campaigns, though at a reduced pace compared to September and October. Forced labor is introduced on a massive scale, with Polish and Jewish civilians conscripted to build fortifications, roads, and other infrastructure. The work is brutal, the conditions medieval, the death rates high. Those unable to work due to age or illness are often shot. The SS views the Polish population as labor reserve to be exploited until exhausted, with no concern for individual lives or human rights. Poland under SS rule becomes a preview of what Nazi occupation means: systematic destruction of national identity, elimination of leadership classes, economic exploitation, and racial reorganization according to Nazi ideology. The Catholic Church in Poland suffers targeted persecution. Priests are arrested in large numbers, accused of fostering Polish nationalism and resistance. Over 2,000 Polish clergy are eventually imprisoned at Dachau in a special barracks designated for religious prisoners. Many are tortured, subjected to medical experiments, worked to death. The SS sees the Church as a competing ideological force, an institution that commands loyalty and can organize resistance. Destroying Polish Catholicism is part of the larger project of destroying Polish identity. Churches are closed or converted to warehouses and stables. Religious education is banned. Priests who continue their work do so secretly, risking immediate execution if discovered. Polish intellectuals and cultural figures are hunted systematically. In Krakow, the SS arrests professors from Jagiellonian University under the pretext of a meeting about academic matters. The professors are transported to concentration camps where many die. Libraries are ransacked, books destroyed or shipped to Germany. Museums are looted, artworks and cultural treasures confiscated. The SS is waging war not just against Polish people, but against Polish civilization, attempting to erase centuries of cultural achievement. This cultural genocide accompanies the physical violence, demonstrating that the Nazi goal is total domination, not just military victory. By the spring of 1940, the pattern is established. Poland has become a laboratory for Nazi racial policy, a place where the SS can implement its ideology without restraint. Hundreds of thousands of Poles have been killed or imprisoned. Millions have been displaced from their homes. The Jewish population is being concentrated in ghettos where conditions ensure gradual death. German settlers are moving into confiscated properties. The Polish nation is being systematically destroyed, dismembered, prepared for absorption into the Reich or indefinite colonial exploitation. And the SS has learned that it can do all this, that organizing mass murder is technically feasible, that ordinary Germans will participate if properly motivated and organized, that the international community will not intervene to stop it. Everything happening in Poland during these months is practice, preparation, development of methods and mindsets that will be applied on even larger scale when Germany invades the Soviet Union. The architects of genocide are refining their craft, and Poland is their workshop. The lessons learned in Poland transform the armed SS from a small political military force into a combat organization that will eventually field 38 divisions and nearly 1 million men. But the Waffen-SS, as these armed formations are officially designated in winter 1939 to 1940, is fundamentally different from the Wehrmacht. The German army fights according to military tradition, laws of war, and professional standards that, while often violated, at least theoretically constrain behavior. The Waffen-SS operates under different principles entirely. They're ideological soldiers, indoctrinated to see warfare as racial struggle where normal rules don't apply, where brutality toward enemies and civilians is not just acceptable but expected. Their loyalty is to Hitler personally and to Nazi ideology, not to Germany or military honor. And from their first engagements through the final collapse of the Reich, the Waffen-SS will compile a record of military effectiveness mixed with systematic war crimes that makes them among the most controversial military formations in history. The expansion begins immediately after Poland falls. Himmler has approximately 18,000 men in armed SS formations when the war starts, organized into 3 regiments and some smaller units. By spring 1940, he's building entire divisions. The Leibstandard SS Adolf Hitler, Hitler's elite bodyguard regiment, expands to brigade strength. SS Das Reich and SS Totenkopf are formed as full divisions, the latter built around concentration camp guards from Theodor Eich's Death's Head units. These men, trained to brutalize prisoners, now carry that mentality into combat. Eich commands SS Totenkopf personally, and he instills in his soldiers the same ruthlessness he demanded from camp guards. Show no mercy, expect none in return, fight with fanatical determination, view the enemy as subhuman. These principles make SS Totenkopf effective, but also make them war criminals from their first engagement. The Waffen-SS faces significant obstacles in its growth. The Wehrmacht deeply resents this parallel army and fights bureaucratically to restrict its expansion. Army commanders argue, correctly, that Germany has limited manpower and industrial capacity, that every soldier and weapon going to the SS is denied to the regular army. They point out that the SS has no real command structure above division level, no experience with combined arms operations, insufficient training facilities. The criticisms are valid, but they're also self-serving. The army wants to maintain its monopoly on military force, wants to keep the SS confined to police functions. Hitler overrules them. He needs the Waffen-SS as a counterweight to the army, a force he can trust absolutely to follow any order. And Himmler, characteristically, finds ways around the restrictions. When the army blocks direct recruitment, the SS recruits ethnic Germans from occupied territories. When the army controls weapons allocations, the SS manufactures its own in captured factories. The Waffen-SS grows despite army opposition, parasitic on Wehrmacht resources but protected by Hitler's favor. The campaign in the West during spring 1940 provides the Waffen-SS with its first major combat test. When Germany invades France, Belgium, and the Netherlands in May, 3 SS divisions participate alongside over 100 Wehrmacht divisions. The Leibstandard fights in the Netherlands and Belgium, SS Totenkopf in northern France, SS Das Reich in the main thrust through the Ardennes. The SS units perform adequately in combat, though not spectacularly. They suffer heavy casualties due to inexperience and reckless aggression. SS commanders send their men into attacks that more experienced officers would recognize as suicidal, and the men go willingly, motivated by indoctrination and desire to prove themselves equal to the army. The Wehrmacht watches with mixed feelings. Yes, the SS is taking casualties, but they're also demonstrating determination that impresses even skeptical army officers. But the Western Campaign also reveals the Waffen-SS's criminal nature. On May 27, 1940, soldiers from the Leibstandarte massacre British prisoners of war at Wormhout in northern France. Over 80 British soldiers who surrendered are herded into a barn. SS men throw grenades inside, then shoot survivors who try to escape. The exact death toll is uncertain, probably around 90 men murdered after surrendering. The SS claims the prisoners were armed, that they resisted, that the killings were legitimate combat action. These claims are lies. Witnesses described deliberate murder, SS men laughing as they killed, a massacre motivated by rage and racial ideology. The Leibstandarte's commander, Sepp Dietrich, either orders the killings or at minimum creates a climate where such atrocities are acceptable. No one is punished. No investigation is conducted. The message to Waffen-SS soldiers is clear. Murdering prisoners carries no consequences. SS Totenkopf commits even worse atrocities. On May 27th, the same day as Wormhout, Totenkopf soldiers murder nearly 100 British prisoners at Le Paradis. The British soldiers from the Royal Norfolk Regiment have fought until their ammunition is exhausted, then surrender properly under white flag. SS men machine gun them methodically, then bayonet or shoot any survivors showing signs of life. 2 British soldiers survive by feigning death beneath bodies of their comrades. They're later captured by Wehrmacht troops and treated according to Geneva Convention, eventually giving testimony about the massacre. Again, no SS personnel are punished. Theodor Eicke protects his men, treats the killings as acceptable combat behavior. The entire division absorbs the lesson that murdering prisoners is permitted, even expected. The Waffen-SS also massacres civilians during the Western Campaign. In France, SS units murder African colonial soldiers from French forces, killing them after capture because Nazi racial ideology considers black people subhuman. In Belgium and France, SS troops execute civilians accused of resistance activity, often without even the pretense of investigation or trial. These killings are smaller scale than what the Einsatzgruppen are doing in Poland, but they establish patterns. The Waffen-SS doesn't distinguish sharply between combatants and civilians, doesn't respect surrender or prisoner status, applies racial ideology to determine who deserves treatment according to laws of war. These characteristics will define Waffen-SS conduct throughout the war, in every theater, against every enemy. Despite the atrocities, the Waffen-SS's performance in France earns grudging respect from the Wehrmacht. The SS divisions fought aggressively, took their objectives, demonstrated courage, even when taking heavy casualties. Hitler is pleased and authorizes further expansion. By late 1940, the Waffen-SS is recruiting internationally, targeting ethnic Germans in occupied territories and right-wing volunteers from Northern European countries. The SS Viking Division is formed primarily from Norwegian, Danish, Dutch, and Flemish volunteers. These men are attracted by anti-communism, by Nazi racial ideology that presents them as fellow Nordics, by promises of adventure and belonging to an elite. The SS frames recruitment in ideological terms. This is a crusade to defend European civilization against communism and racial degeneration. It's propaganda, but effective propaganda that brings thousands of volunteers from countries Germany has conquered or intimidated. The expansion creates quality problems. The original Waffen-SS divisions are selective, accepting only men who meet strict physical and racial criteria. As the organization grows, standards drop. Not every volunteer is 6 feet tall and blonde. Not every recruit is an ideological fanatic. Many join the Waffen-SS because regular military service offers no advancement opportunities, because SS units have better equipment and rations, because joining seems advantageous for post-war careers. The Waffen-SS becomes more diverse, less elite, but also larger and more capable of independent operations. By 1941, there are enough SS divisions to form corps-level commands, giving the Waffen-SS genuine military significance beyond its political importance. Training evolves to emphasize both military effectiveness and ideological commitment. Waffen-SS recruits receive standard military instruction in weapons, tactics, and unit operations. But they also attend lectures on racial theory, Nazi ideology, and the need for ruthlessness. They're taught that the coming war against the Soviet Union is existential struggle between races and ideologies, that mercy towards Slavs and communists is treason, that international laws of war don't apply when fighting subhuman enemies. Officers are especially targeted for indoctrination, attending leadership schools where they learn that SS officers must be political soldiers, combining military competence with ideological fanaticism. The goal is producing commanders who will order atrocities without hesitation, who see mass murder as military necessity rather than crime. The Waffen-SS develops a distinctive military culture that blends traditional military elements with SS ideology. Units adopt elaborate ceremonies and rituals borrowed from Himmler's pseudo-Germanic mysticism. Soldiers receive ceremonial daggers and attend torch-lit oath ceremonies. But they also receive combat training that emphasizes aggression over caution, attack over defense, closing with the enemy over maneuver. Waffen-SS tactical doctrine accepts higher casualties in exchange for faster advances and more aggressive action. This approach produces dramatic successes when attacking surprised or demoralized enemies, but also leads to catastrophic losses when attacking prepared defenses. The Waffen-SS throughout the war will suffer casualty rates significantly higher than comparable Wehrmacht units, a consequence of their reckless tactical approach, combined with Hitler's tendency to assign them the most difficult missions. The relationship between the Waffen-SS and concentration camp system remains close despite organizational separation. Concentration camp guards transfer to Waffen-SS combat units, bringing their experience brutalizing prisoners into the military context. Waffen-SS soldiers wounded too severely for combat duty are reassigned to concentration camps, where their combat experience supposedly makes them better guards. Personnel flow both directions, cross-pollinating the organizations. The mindset developed in camps, where human life has no value and cruelty is virtue, infects combat units. The aggression cultivated in combat units reinforces the violence in camps. The Waffen-SS and concentration camp system are different branches of the same organization, serving different functions but sharing the same core values and personnel. Himmler personally intervenes in Waffen-SS command appointments, ensuring ideological reliability takes precedence over military competence. He promotes officers based on racial purity, SS seniority, and demonstrated fanaticism, often overriding objections from commanders who want experienced professionals. This produces leadership of mixed quality. Some Waffen-SS commanders are genuinely talented officers who would succeed in any military organization. Others are incompetent ideologues whose main qualification is loyalty to Himmler. The best Waffen-SS commanders combine military skill with ideological commitment. Men like Paul Hauser, who can plan effective operations and instill SS values simultaneously. The worst are martinets and butchers whose units suffer unnecessary casualties while committing atrocities that serve no military purpose. Equipment is another contentious issue. The Waffen-SS wants the best weapons and vehicles, arguing that elite units deserve elite equipment. The Wehrmacht counters that the SS should receive standard allocations like everyone else. Hitler typically sides with the SS, giving them priority access to new tanks, assault guns, and weapons. By 1942, Waffen-SS divisions are noticeably better equipped than comparable army divisions, receiving more vehicles, more radios, more automatic weapons. This material superiority contributes to their military effectiveness, but deepens army resentment. Wehrmacht soldiers fight in worn-out equipment while watching SS units parade in new vehicles, a visible symbol of Hitler's favoritism and the SS privileged position. The Waffen-SS develops a reputation for not taking prisoners that spreads among Allied soldiers. By 1941, British and French forces know that surrendering to the SS is dangerous, that SS units sometimes murder prisoners, that wounded soldiers left behind during retreats will likely be killed rather than captured. This reputation becomes self-fulfilling. Allied troops fight harder against SS units because they believe surrender means death, inflicting higher casualties on the SS, which reinforces SS perception that the enemy fights with unusual determination. The cycle of violence escalates, with both sides showing less mercy because neither expects mercy. The Waffen-SS is primarily responsible for creating this dynamic through their documented pattern of prisoner murders. But once established, it affects SS combat experience across all fronts. Despite the atrocities, many Waffen-SS soldiers see themselves as honorable fighters, as military elite distinct from Einsatzgruppen or concentration camp guards. They rationalize their crimes as necessary harshness in existential warfare, as actions forced by enemy behavior, as regrettable but understandable responses to partisan activity. This self-image is delusional but psychologically necessary. Most Waffen-SS soldiers are not sadists who enjoy killing. They're ordinary men who've been indoctrinated to see certain categories of people as legitimate targets, who've been placed in situations where murdering civilians is normalized, who've been taught that following orders absolves moral responsibility. They commit atrocities while maintaining internal narrative that they're soldiers doing difficult but necessary work. The cognitive dissonance is resolved through ideology, through group solidarity, through dehumanization of victims. By June 1941, when Germany invades the Soviet Union, the Waffen-SS fields 6 divisions totaling over 150,000 men. They're better equipped and more ideologically indoctrinated than the Wehrmacht, trained specifically for the racial war that Hitler and Himmler envisioned in the East. The Waffen-SS is ready for combat, but they're also ready for something worse. The invasion of the Soviet Union will not be conventional warfare. It will be a war of extermination, where military operations and genocide proceed simultaneously, where the Waffen-SS will serve both as combat force and as accomplice to mass murder on a scale that dwarfs everything that happened before. The armed SS has spent 2 years preparing, training, indoctrinating, learning to kill without hesitation or remorse. Now they'll apply everything they've learned in a conflict that will define them forever as both soldiers and war criminals, as effective military units and instruments of genocide, as human beings who chose to serve history's most murderous regime and paid for that choice with their souls, if not always their lives. June 22, 1941. 3 million German soldiers surge across the Soviet border in the largest invasion force ever assembled. Operation Barbarossa is Hitler's ultimate gamble, the war he's wanted since writing Mein Kampf, the racial crusade to destroy communism and seize living space in the East. The Wehrmacht advances on 3 broad fronts: Army Group north toward Leningrad, Army Group center toward Moscow, Army Group south into Ukraine. The initial progress is staggering. Soviet forces, caught unprepared despite warnings, collapse in confusion. Entire armies are encircled and destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of Soviet soldiers surrender in the first weeks. German commanders believe victory is certain, that the Soviet Union will crumble within months. But following behind the combat troops, moving into captured territory with predetermined targets and prepared execution lists, come the Einsatzgruppen. They're larger than the units deployed in Poland, better organized, more clearly focused on their mission. And their mission, though still sometimes expressed in euphemistic language, is increasingly explicit: the systematic murder of Soviet Jews, communist officials, and anyone else the Nazi regime considers racially or ideologically dangerous. Reinhard Heydrich organizes 4 main Einsatzgruppen for the Soviet invasion, designated A, B, C, and D, each assigned to follow one of the army groups. Einsatzgruppe A operates in the Baltic states and toward Leningrad, commanded by SS Brigadeführer Franz Walter Stahlecker. Einsatzgruppe B follows Army Group Center, commanded by SS Gruppenführer Arthur, northeast by east. Einsatzgruppe C moves into Ukraine with Army Group South, under SS Brigadeführer Otto Rasch. Einsatzgruppe D operates in southern Ukraine and eventually Crimea, commanded by SS Gruppenführer Otto Ohlendorf. Each Einsatzgruppe is subdivided into smaller units called Einsatzkommandos and Sonderkommandos, typically numbering 100 to 200 men each. The total strength of all 4 Einsatzgruppen is approximately 3,000 men, a tiny force considering the vastness of the territory and the enormity of their mission. But they're not working alone. They receive assistance from Wehrmacht units, from local collaborators, from order police battalions, from Waffen-SS soldiers, from Ukrainian, Lithuanian, and Latvian auxiliaries who join the killing enthusiastically. The killings begin immediately, within hours of crossing the border. In the Lithuanian city of Kaunas, even before German forces fully secure the area, local Lithuanian collaborators begin murdering Jews in the streets, beating them to death with clubs and iron bars while crowds watch and sometimes cheer. The Germans encourage this, photograph it, treat it as evidence that local populations support eliminating Jews. Einsatzgruppe A Commander Stahlecker later reports with satisfaction that spontaneous pogroms occurred across Lithuania and Latvia, making the murder of thousands of Jews appear locally initiated rather than German-directed. It's a deliberate strategy. Let locals do the killing when possible, creating the fiction that Germans are simply allowing natural ethnic tensions to resolve themselves. The reality is that German encouragement, organization, and participation are central to every massacre, but the presence of local collaborators provides psychological cover and practical assistance. The operational method develops quickly into a brutal routine. Einsatzgruppen enter a town or city. They order all Jews to assemble, usually under threat of collective punishment if anyone fails to appear. The victims are told they're being resettled for work, that they need to bring valuables and documents for registration. They're marched to a location outside town, typically a ravine, quarry, forest, or anti-tank ditch. They're forced to undress, to hand over valuables and documents, to stand at the edge of the killing site. Then they're shot, usually in small groups, the bodies falling into the pit or ravine. The shooters are typically order police or local auxiliaries, with SS men supervising and sometimes participating. After the shooting, the next group is brought forward. The process continues for hours, sometimes days, until everyone is dead. Then the pit is covered with dirt, often while some victims are still alive beneath the bodies. The killing site is abandoned, marked perhaps on a map, otherwise left for nature to reclaim. The scale increases rapidly as the Einsatzgruppen gain experience. In early July, Einsatzkommando units in Ukraine murder hundreds of Jews per action. By late July, they're killing thousands in single operations. The psychologist in every commander knows that shooting women and children at point-blank range is harder than shooting men, that some soldiers will break under the psychological strain. Solutions are found. Alcohol is provided liberally before and after killing operations. Shooters are rotated frequently, so no one has to shoot continuously for hours. Victims are shot from behind, so shooters don't have to look in their faces. Commands are given in impersonal bureaucratic language. Liquidation, special action, special treatment. These euphemisms create psychological distance, allowing killers to think of their work as administrative function rather than murder. Wehrmacht cooperation with the Einsatzgruppen varies by unit and commander, but is generally extensive. The Army provides transportation, ammunition, security perimeters around killing sites, intelligence about Jewish populations, sometimes soldiers to assist with roundups or executions. Some Wehrmacht commanders protest, arguing that the massacres are criminal and damage military discipline. that soldiers who witness or participate in mass murder become brutalized and less effective. A few officers try to restrict Einsatzgruppen access to their rear areas or refuse cooperation. But most army commanders accept SS explanations that the killings are security measures, that Jews are partisan supporters, that harsh action is necessary to pacify occupied territory. The army's complicity is comprehensive and damning. They're not just passive witnesses. They're active participants in genocide, providing the logistical foundation that makes the Einsatzgruppen's work possible. Babi Yar, on the outskirts of Kyiv, becomes the largest single massacre in the Einsatzgruppen's campaign. In late September 1941, after the Germans capture Ukraine's capital, explosions destroy German headquarters buildings, killing hundreds of soldiers. The Germans blame Soviet partisans and decide on reprisal action. But the reprisal they choose is revealing. They will murder Kyiv's entire Jewish population. On September 28, notices are posted throughout the city ordering all Jews to report the next day for resettlement, bringing documents, money, and warm clothing. Many Jews comply, believing the German assurances, hoping that resettlement means survival. Others recognize the order as death sentence and attempt to hide, but most lack options. Kyiv is occupied, surrounded by hostile forces, with no escape routes and no safe refuges. On September 29th and 30th, over 33,000 Jews are murdered at Babi Yar, a ravine system on Kyiv's northern edge. The victims are marched to the ravine in columns, forced to undress and surrender valuables, then shot in groups at the ravine's edge. The shooting is conducted primarily by Sonderkommando 4A, part of Einsatzgruppe C, assisted by Order Police battalions and Ukrainian auxiliary police. The operation is organized with industrial efficiency. Victims are processed through stations where valuables are collected, documents inspected, clothing sorted for German use. Then they're moved to the killing site where machine guns and rifles fire continuously for 2 days. The ravine fills with bodies, layer upon layer, blood pooling at the bottom and soaking into the earth. Children are thrown in alive to save bullets. Wounded victims are buried with the dead. The screaming is audible across the neighborhood, but no one intervenes. German soldiers watch from nearby positions. Local civilians hear everything, but do nothing. The massacre at Babi Yar is not hidden or secret. It happens in broad daylight, with hundreds of perpetrators and thousands of witnesses, in the heart of a major European city. The psychological impact on the killers continues to concern commanders. Reports from Einsatzgruppen leaders note that men are suffering from nightmares, alcoholism, nervous breakdowns. Some request transfers. A few refuse to continue shooting and are reassigned to other duties without punishment, a fact that demolishes the later defense that participants had no choice, that refusing orders meant execution. The SS doesn't shoot men who won't shoot civilians. They simply assign them to other work. But most continue shooting, motivated by ideology, by peer pressure, by careerism, by the human capacity to rationalize atrocity when it's officially sanctioned and collectively performed. Himmler visits Einsatzgruppen units in August 1941 and witnesses an execution personally. Witnesses report that he appears shaken, that he nearly faints when blood splashes on his coat. But his response is not to stop the killings. His response is to find methods that are less psychologically stressful for the killers. The search for more efficient killing methods leads to experiments with gas. In fall 1941, Arthur Northeast by East, commander of Einsatzgruppe B, tests using vehicle exhaust to kill mental patients at a facility in Mogilev. The method works, proving that carbon monoxide can kill without requiring shooters to pull triggers. Gas vans are developed, trucks with sealed compartments where exhaust is piped in to kill people locked inside. These vans are deployed to Einsatzgruppen units and used to murder thousands, primarily women and children, who are told they're being transported to new locations but are actually gassed during the drive. The gas vans are not fully satisfactory because they have limited capacity and require bodies to be unloaded after each use, a task that's psychologically traumatic for the crews. But they demonstrate that industrialized murder is possible, that technical solutions can be found for the logistical and psychological problems of mass killing. The experience with gas vans informs the later development of stationary gas chambers at extermination camps. By December 1941, the Einsatzgruppen have murdered over 500,000 people, overwhelmingly Jews, but also Roma, Soviet political officials, mental patients, and others deemed undesirable. The operational reports sent to Berlin are remarkably detailed, listing victims by category, location, and date. The bureaucracy of murder is meticulous. SS statisticians compile the numbers, create summaries, track progress toward undefined but understood goals. The reports are distributed to Nazi leadership, including Himmler, Heydrich, and through them to Hitler. The genocide is not occurring in secret or without authorization from the highest levels. Its official policy, documented in reports, carried out by state employees using state resources, integrated into the broader German war effort. The Einsatzgruppen operations continue throughout 1942 as German forces push deeper into Soviet territory. In Crimea, Einsatzgruppe murders nearly the entire Jewish population, over 40,000 people. In Belarus, Einsatzgruppe systematically eliminates Jewish communities in hundreds of towns and villages. The killing sites are scattered across the landscape: ravines, forests, quarries, ditches. Some are marked on German military maps. Others are known only through survivor testimony and post-war investigations. The number of dead climbs steadily: 600,000 by spring 1942, over 1 million by summer. The Einsatzgruppen are killing faster than any murder campaign in history, and they're doing it primarily with rifles and machine guns, with bullets and manual labor, with methods that seem almost medieval compared to the industrialized killing that will soon be implemented in extermination camps. The fate of children particularly reveals the genocide's nature. Einsatzgruppen don't spare children because they're innocent or helpless. Nazi racial ideology views Jewish children as future threats, as carriers of undesirable genes who will grow into adults if allowed to live. Children are murdered alongside their parents, shot in their mother's arms, thrown into pits alive. Some killers apparently find shooting children especially difficult, requiring extra alcohol or psychological fortification. But the children are killed nonetheless, systematically and completely, because the goal is not just punishment or terror, but total elimination, the destruction of entire communities so thoroughly that no one survives to remember or rebuild. Local collaboration varies by region, but is significant everywhere. In Lithuania and Latvia, auxiliary police units participate enthusiastically in the killing, murdering Jews with a fervor that sometimes surprises even the Germans. In Ukraine, nationalist militias see the German invasion as opportunity to settle scores and eliminate minorities. In Belarus, collaboration is less widespread but still substantial. The collaborators are motivated by various factors: anti-Semitism, anti-communism, opportunism, desire for Jewish property, ethnic nationalism, personal grudges. The Germans exploit these motivations expertly, recruiting locals to do much of the actual shooting, providing them with weapons and authority, allowing them to keep some of the looted property. The collaboration implicates entire communities in the genocide, creating complicity that the Germans believe will bind local populations to the Nazi cause. Resistance is limited but not absent. Some Jews escape into forests and join partisan units fighting the Germans. Others hide with assistance from non-Jewish neighbors who risk their own lives to provide shelter. A few Jewish communities attempt armed resistance when rounded up for execution, though they're invariably overwhelmed by superior German firepower. The Nazis respond to any resistance with escalating brutality, conducting reprisal killings that murder hundreds for every German casualty. This creates a terror dynamic where resistance, however justified morally, results in more deaths, trapping Jewish communities in impossible situations where submission means death and resistance means death, but with even more victims. The Einsatzgruppen operations represent a turning point in the Holocaust. The killings in Poland during 1939 were selective, targeting leadership and political opponents. The killings in the Soviet Union are comprehensive, targeting entire populations for elimination based solely on ethnicity. This is genocide in its purest form, the attempt to destroy a people completely, to leave no survivors, to erase all trace of their existence. And the Einsatzgruppen demonstrate that such genocide is operationally possible, that the Nazi state can organize and execute mass murder on continental scale, that thousands of ordinary men can be recruited and organized to kill millions of civilians. The lessons learned by the Einsatzgruppen inform the next phase of the Holocaust, the construction of extermination camps where the killing will be industrialized, systematized, made even more efficient. But in the ravines and forests of occupied Soviet territory, in the blood-soaked earth of hundreds of execution sites, the Holocaust's true nature is already fully visible. The SS has become a machine for murdering humanity, and they're refining their technique with every massacre. The mass shootings in the Soviet Union prove that the SS can murder millions, but the method has limitations. By winter 1941 to 1942, Nazi leadership recognizes that shooting is inefficient, psychologically damaging to perpetrators, too visible, too dependent on favorable terrain and weather. The Einsatzgruppen have killed over 1 million people, but millions more Jews remain alive in ghettos across occupied Poland and Soviet territory. The Nazi leadership decides that the genocide requires a different approach, one that's more efficient, more systematic, more industrial. The solution they develop is a network of dedicated killing centers designed solely for mass murder, facilities where victims can be killed in large numbers with minimal German personnel, where the process can be mechanized and routinized, where death becomes an industrial product manufactured with German precision and efficiency. These facilities, hidden in rural Poland far from population centers and international observers, will become the most infamous symbols of the Holocaust, the extermination camps. The transition toward industrialized killing begins with experiments and smaller operations. In December 1941, at Chelmno in western Poland, the SS establishes the first dedicated extermination facility. It's relatively primitive, using gas vans similar to those deployed with Einsatzgruppen units. Jews from nearby Lodz ghetto and surrounding areas are transported to Chelmno, told they're being sent for agricultural labor. They're taken to a manor house where they're ordered to undress and surrender valuables. Then they're loaded into sealed trucks, told they're being driven to work sites. Instead, engine exhaust is piped into the sealed compartments, killing everyone inside during the 20-minute drive to burial pits in nearby forests. The bodies are unloaded and buried. The vans return for more victims, and the process repeats. Chelmno operates from December 1941 through April 1943, then again briefly in summer 1944. Over 150,000 people are murdered there, almost all Jews, in a facility staffed by fewer than 100 SS men assisted by Polish laborers forced to handle bodies. But Chelmno is just the beginning, a pilot project for something far larger. In fall 1941, Himmler orders construction of 3 dedicated extermination camps in occupied Poland as part of what's codenamed Operation Reinhard, named after Reinhard Heydrich, who coordinates the Holocaust's administrative aspects. These camps, Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka, are designed with one purpose: killing Jews as quickly as possible. They're not labor camps or detention facilities. Prisoners don't stay there for weeks or months. They arrive, are murdered within hours, and their bodies are disposed of. The camps are small, occupying just dozens of acres, surrounded by forests, accessible only by rail lines that connect to the broader European network. Their locations are deliberately remote, away from population centers, hidden in the Polish countryside where the genocide can proceed with minimal observation. Belzec, the first Operation Reinhard camp, begins killing operations in March 1942. The camp is built on a former Soviet labor campsite near the border between German-occupied Poland and the general government. The SS uses the experience from T4 euthanasia program, recruiting personnel who'd operated gas chambers in German psychiatric hospitals to build and run the facilities. The Belzec gas chambers use carbon monoxide from diesel engines, the same principle as gas vans, but stationary and larger. Victims are unloaded from trains at the camp's rail siding, told they're at a transit camp, that they need a shower and be deloused before continuing to work sites. They're separated by gender, ordered to undress, forced to surrender money and valuables at collection points. Then they're driven through a narrow fence passage called the tube, directly into the gas chambers, rooms disguised as showers with fake shower heads. The doors are sealed. The engines start. Carbon monoxide floods the chambers. Death takes 15 to 30 minutes, depending on engine efficiency and the number of victims packed inside. When the screaming stops, doors on the opposite side open and a special prisoner unit, the Sonderkommando, removes the bodies, searches them for hidden valuables, extracts gold teeth, and transports them to mass graves. Christian Worth commands Belzec. He's a veteran of the T4 program, a brutal sadist who terrorizes both victims and subordinates. Worth refines the killing process obsessively, timing how long different steps take, calculating how to move victims more quickly from train to gas chamber, experimenting with chamber sizes and gas delivery methods. He treats mass murder as an engineering problem requiring optimization. Under his supervision, Belzec's capacity increases from several hundred victims per day to several thousand. The camp operates for less than a year, from March to December 1942, but murders approximately 430,000 people in that time, primarily Jews from ghettos in southern Poland. Then it's dismantled, the buildings destroyed, the mass graves exhumed, and the bodies burned to eliminate evidence. Trees are planted over the site, and a farm is constructed to disguise what happened there. The SS is already planning to hide their crimes. Sobibor opens in May 1942, built on a similar model to Belzec, but incorporating lessons learned from the first camp. The gas chambers are larger, capable of killing more people simultaneously. The deception is more elaborate, with signs directing victims to disinfection showers, with flowers planted near the gas chambers to create illusion of a processing facility rather than death camp. The staff is small, fewer than 30 SS men, supplemented by over 100 Ukrainian auxiliary guards recruited from Soviet prisoners of war. These auxiliaries, sometimes called Tronikis after the training camp where they're recruited, provide perimeter security and assist with the killing process. They're essential to the camp's operation because the SS doesn't have enough personnel to guard victims, manage logistics, and operate the chamber simultaneously. The Ukrainians are motivated by food, payment, and the promise that they'll avoid German captivity if they serve loyally. Many are willing executioners who participate enthusiastically in the brutality. Treblinka, the largest Operation Reinhard camp, opens in July 1942 about 50 miles northeast of Warsaw. It's designed to murder the Jews from Warsaw Ghetto, over 300,000 people, plus Jews from other ghettos and from deportations across occupied Europe. Treblinka's gas chambers are larger than those at Belzec and Sobibor, capable of killing over 2,000 people per operation. The camp's layout is carefully planned to maximize deception and efficiency. Victims arrive at a fake train station complete with painted signs, clock face, and ticket windows, all designed to maintain the fiction that this is a transit point. They're told to undress and proceed to showers. The path from undressing area to gas chambers is disguised as a normal facility corridor. Only at the last moment, when they're pushed into the chambers and the doors seal behind them, do most victims realize what's happening. The screaming inside the chambers is audible across the camp, but by then it's too late. Franz Stangl commands Treblinka, an Austrian police officer who'd also worked in the T4 program. Stangl is different from Worth, less overtly brutal, but equally dedicated to efficient killing. He wears immaculate white uniforms, carries a riding crop, supervises the genocide with bureaucratic detachment. Survivors describe him as treating the camp like a factory where he's the manager, concerned with quotas and efficiency rather than the human cost. Under Stengel's command, Treblinka becomes the most lethal extermination facility in the Operation Reinhard system. Between July 1942 and October 1943, approximately 870,000 people are murdered there, making it second only to Auschwitz in total deaths. The killing pace during peak operations is extraordinary, with some days seeing over 5,000 victims gassed. The Sonderkommando units, prisoners forced to work in the extermination process, experience unimaginable horror. These are primarily Jewish men selected from arriving transports, chosen because they appear strong enough for the brutal physical labor. Their job is removing bodies from gas chambers, searching them for valuables, extracting gold teeth with pliers, cutting hair from female corpses for industrial use, dragging bodies to burial pits or cremation pyres. They work under constant SS supervision, beaten if they slow down, shot if they resist, or appear unable to continue. Most Sonderkommando prisoners survive only weeks or months before they're murdered and replaced with new arrivals. The SS doesn't want witnesses to the extermination process, so Sonderkommando units are periodically liquidated and replaced. A few survive for extended periods by making themselves useful with specific skills or by sheer luck. The disposal of bodies evolves as the camps operate. Initially, victims are buried in mass graves, enormous pits where hundreds of thousands of bodies are dumped and covered with lime and dirt. But by summer 1942, Himmler orders that all bodies be cremated to eliminate evidence of the genocide. The camps begin exhuming mass graves, removing bodies that have been buried for months, burning them on massive pyres. The Sonderkommando perform this work in conditions that defy description. The decomposed bodies must be extracted from graves, stacked on pyres with wood, doused with fuel, and burned. The smell is overwhelming, the sight traumatizing even for men already traumatized by months of handling fresh corpses. But the work continues because refusing means immediate death, and many Sonderkommando cling to hope that they might survive if they keep working. Auschwitz-Birkenau, the largest extermination facility, is different from the Operation Reinhard camps. Auschwitz begins as a concentration camp in 1940 for Polish political prisoners, built in former Polish army barracks in the town of Auschwitz. But it expands dramatically, becoming a massive complex of multiple camps serving different functions. Auschwitz I is the main camp, used for political prisoners and later for experiments and administration. Auschwitz II, called Birkenau, is the extermination center, built specifically for mass murder. Auschwitz III, Monowitz, and dozens of satellite camps provide slave labor for German industry. The complex eventually covers approximately 15 square miles and houses at various times over 100,000 prisoners. It's simultaneously a death camp, labor camp, and industrial facility, representing the full integration of genocide into the Nazi state apparatus. The decision to expand Auschwitz into an extermination center comes in 1942 as Nazi leadership recognizes that Jews from across occupied Europe need to be murdered, not just those in Poland and Soviet territory. Auschwitz's location in Upper Silesia makes it accessible by rail from across Europe. Its isolation provides security from observation. Its existing infrastructure means expansion is cheaper and faster than building entirely new facilities. Himmler orders construction of gas chambers and crematoria at Birkenau, capable of murdering and disposing of thousands of bodies daily. The technology chosen is Zyklon B, a prussic acid compound originally developed as pesticide, which proves faster and more reliable than carbon monoxide. The architect is Karl Bischoff, an SS officer who designs 4 large crematorium complexes, each combining gas chambers and furnaces in single buildings, streamlining the process from killing to disposal. The Birkenau crematoria become operational in spring 1943. Each crematorium has an undressing room where victims leave their clothing, a gas chamber disguised as a shower room, and furnaces for burning bodies. Crematoria 2 and 3 have gas chambers underground, with victims descending stairs into basement rooms where they're gassed. Crematoria 4 and V have above-ground gas chambers. Each complex can murder thousands of people daily, with the crematoria collectively capable of burning over 4,000 bodies every 24 hours. When the killing rate exceeds cremation capacity, bodies are burned in open pits, as at the Operation Reinhard camps. The efficiency is staggering and represents the pinnacle of industrialized murder, genocide mechanized and systematized to a degree unprecedented in human history. Rudolf Höss commands Auschwitz for most of its operation. He's a career SS officer, convicted of murder in 1920s, serving in various SS positions before receiving the Auschwitz command. Höss is a different type of perpetrator from Wirth or Eich. He's not overtly sadistic or brutal in personal behavior. He presents himself as an administrator efficiently executing orders, a bureaucrat who happens to manage a death camp rather than a factory. His autobiography, written after his capture, describes the extermination process in detached technical language, discussing killing capacity and efficiency without apparent moral reflection. Höss represents the banality of evil, the normalizing of genocide through bureaucratic routine and ideological rationalization. Selections at Auschwitz-Birkenau become the most infamous aspect of the camp. Unlike Operation Reinhard camps, where nearly everyone is killed immediately, Auschwitz maintains a large labor camp population. Arriving transports are met by SS doctors who perform selections, immediately determining who lives and who dies. Those selected for labor, typically healthy young adults, are registered, tattooed with identification numbers, and sent into the camp. Those selected for death, typically children, elderly, disabled, and mothers with young children, are sent directly to gas chambers without registration. They never officially enter the camp, never receive numbers, disappear into the gas chambers within hours of arrival. This selection process means Auschwitz's death toll is actually higher than official registration records show, because hundreds of thousands of victims are murdered without ever being counted. The scale of the camp system is difficult to comprehend. Auschwitz alone murders over 1 million people, approximately 90% of them Jews. Treblinka murders around 870,000. Belzec approximately 430,000. Sobibor over 160,000. Chelmno over 150,000. Majdanek, a combination concentration and extermination camp in Lublin, murders at least 80,000. Combined with Einsatzgruppen killings, ghettoization, death from disease and starvation, shootings in ghettos during liquidations, partisan reprisals, and other Nazi killing operations, the total Jewish death toll exceeds 6 million people, approximately 2/3 of European Jewry. It's genocide on a scale never before attempted or achieved, the systematic murder of an entire people implemented with industrial efficiency by a modern state. The extermination camps operate in relative secrecy, their existence known to Nazi leadership and perpetrators, but hidden from German public and international community. The Allies receive reports about the camps from Polish underground, from escaped prisoners, from intercepted German communications. By 1943, Allied governments know that mass extermination is occurring, but they take no military action to stop it. No bombing of rail lines leading to camps, no attacks on the facilities themselves. The camps continue operating until Soviet forces begin liberating Poland in 1944, by which time the overwhelming majority of victims are already dead. The extermination camps represent the Holocaust's ultimate horror, the point where persecution becomes annihilation, where the Nazi state devotes massive resources to murdering millions of people who pose no military threat, whose only crime is their ethnicity. The SS, from Himmler in Berlin to guards at camp gates, is responsible for this genocide, guilty of crimes so enormous that language struggles to describe them adequately. The extermination camps are only one dimension of the SS empire. While the gas chambers operate around the clock, while the crematoria burn continuously, the SS is simultaneously building a vast economic apparatus that exploits concentration camp prisoners as slave labor, that operates factories and quarries and workshops, that generates enormous profits through theft and murder. The concentration camp system is not just about detention or extermination. It's also about money, about extracting every possible mark of value from prisoners before and after they die, about building an SS business empire that makes the organization financially independent from state budgets. By 1943, the SS controls dozens of companies, employs hundreds of thousands of slave laborers, generates millions of Reichsmarks in revenue. The organization that began as Hitler's bodyguard has become one of Germany's largest economic enterprises, an empire built on corpses and theft, on exploitation so comprehensive and ruthless that it redefines what modern slavery means. Oswald Pohl is the architect of the SS economic system. He's a former Navy paymaster who joins the SS in 1933 and quickly demonstrates talent for administration and finance. Himmler appoints him to run SS business operations, and Pohl transforms what had been scattered commercial ventures into a centralized economic empire. In February 1942, he becomes head of the SS Wirtschaftsverwaltungsamt, the economic and administrative main office, known as WVC. This organization manages all concentration camps, oversees all SS businesses, controls all SS finances. Pohl reports directly to Himmler, bypassing other SS officials, giving him enormous power. He's essentially the CEO of the SS economic enterprise, managing a budget that reaches into billions of marks, overseeing operations across occupied Europe. And unlike many SS leaders who are primarily ideological or political, Pohl is fundamentally a businessman who sees prisoners as resources to be exploited, whose value can be calculated in productivity and profit. The concentration camp system under Pohl's management becomes increasingly focused on labor exploitation. Previously, camps existed primarily for detention and terror, with prisoner labor as secondary consideration. Under WVC management, labor becomes central purpose. Camps are evaluated based on productivity, on how effectively they extract work from prisoners. Camp commanders are assessed partly on economic performance, on whether their facilities generate profit or require subsidies. This reorientation doesn't make camps less deadly. In fact, it makes them more lethal because prisoners are literally worked to death, pushed beyond human endurance, replaced with new prisoners when they collapse. The Germans have a term for this: Vernichtung durch Arbeit, extermination through labor. It's murder disguised as economic activity, genocide implemented through systematic overwork, malnutrition, and neglect. The SS owns numerous companies directly, organized under WVC supervision. Deutsche Erde, UND Steinwerk, German Earth and Stone Works, operates granite quarries at Mauthausen, Flossenburg, Grossrosen, and Natzweiler concentration camps. Prisoners break rocks in these quarries under conditions that are deliberately lethal. They work 12 to 14-hour days with minimal food, subjected to constant beatings, carrying heavy stones up steep stairs carved into quarry walls. Falls are common, accidents frequent, guards arbitrary in their violence. Prisoners who can't maintain the pace are beaten to death or shot. The quarries produce building materials for SS construction projects and for sale to private contractors, generating substantial revenue. But the real profit comes from essentially free labor, from workers who cost the SS almost nothing to feed and house, who can be worked until they die and immediately replaced. The SS also operates brick factories through the same company, including facilities at Sachsenhausen and Neuengamme. Brick production is brutal labor, requiring prisoners to mix clay, form bricks, load them into kilns, unload finished products. The work is monotonous and exhausting, performed in all weather conditions with inadequate clothing and food. Prisoners at brick factories typically survive only months before dying from exhaustion, disease, or execution when they become too weak to work. But the bricks keep coming, used for SS building projects across the Reich, sold commercially to generate income. The SS treats prisoners as machinery that breaks down and must be replaced, calculating their value in units of production rather than human terms. The Deutsche Ausrüstungswerk, German Equipment Works, operates workshops in multiple concentration camps producing military uniforms, equipment, and munitions. Prisoners sew uniforms, assemble weapons components, manufacture supplies for the Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS. The irony is bitter. Concentration camp prisoners, many of them Jews, producing the equipment used by German soldiers fighting to destroy their people. But survival instincts override such considerations. Prisoners fortunate enough to get workshop assignments often live longer than those in outdoor labor, because workshop work is less physically destructive and offers shelter from weather. But workshop prisoners are still enslaved, still starved, still subject to arbitrary violence and execution. The desk company, coordinating these SS economic operations, employs over 40,000 prisoners by 1943, making it one of Germany's largest employers. The value of prisoner labor to the German war economy is enormous and becomes increasingly critical as the war continues. By 1944, with German men conscripted into military service in occupied territories, providing insufficient volunteers, concentration camp slaves become essential to maintaining industrial production. The SS is literally working prisoners to death, while simultaneously making them indispensable to the war effort, a contradiction that ensures the camp system will continue operating until the very end of the war. Auschwitz becomes the center of the SS economic empire in occupied Poland. The camp complex includes Monowitz, built specifically to provide slave labor for IG Farben synthetic rubber and fuel plant. IG Farben, one of Germany's largest corporations, pays the SS for prisoner labor, essentially renting slaves at rates that provide profit to the SS while giving IG Farben labor costs far below free workers. Approximately 35,000 prisoners work at the IG Farben plant during the war, with mortality rates exceeding 25% annually. The company knows prisoners are starved and beaten, knows they're dying from overwork and abuse, knows that using concentration camp labor makes them complicit in SS crimes. They don't care. Profit matters more than human life, more than morality, more than law. After the war, IG Farben executives will claim ignorance, will say they didn't know about conditions at Auschwitz, will insist they were simply contracting with the SS for workers. These claims are lies, documented lies proven false by company records and testimony from both prisoners and company personnel who witnessed the reality. The systematic theft from victims generates enormous revenue for the SS. Everything taken from people arriving at camps, everything found on corpses after gassing, everything seized from ghettos during liquidations, all of it flows into SS accounts. Gold teeth are pulled from corpses, melted down, sold to German banks. Currency is collected and deposited in SS accounts. Jewelry, watches, art, household goods, all are sorted, evaluated, and either used by the SS or sold for profit. The haircut from female corpses is sold to textile companies for manufacturing cloth. Clothing is sorted into categories. The best items are sent to Germany for ethnic German settlers or bombing victims. Lower quality clothing is distributed to concentration camps for prisoner use. Even bones from cremated bodies are ground and sold as fertilizer. The SS extracts value from every aspect of their victims' existence, from the labor they perform while alive to the gold in their teeth after death. The Action Reinhard economic operation, named after Reinhard Heydrich and distinct from Operation Reinhard extermination camps though related, handles the financial processing of stolen Jewish property. Everything seized during the Holocaust flows through this system. Bank accounts appropriated, businesses confiscated, personal property looted, all converted to German currency and deposited in SS accounts. The amounts are staggering, representing the accumulated wealth of millions of people, entire communities' savings and possessions. The SS accounts receiving this money finance the organization's expansion, fund its operations, provide slush funds for Himmler's various projects. It's theft on continental scale, organized pillage that makes the SS one of the wealthiest organizations in Germany. Slave labor is not limited to SS-owned companies. Private German corporations eagerly exploit concentration camp prisoners, contracting with the SS to establish factory facilities near camps or to have prisoners transported to existing factories. Daimler-Benz uses camp labor. BMW uses camp labor. Volkswagen uses camp labor. Siemens, Krupp, countless other major German companies participate in the system, all knowing that they're using enslaved people, all accepting that their workers are starved and dying, all choosing profit over humanity. The German business elite is comprehensively complicit in SS crimes, tied financially to the camp system, benefiting from genocide, even when they're not directly killing anyone. The medical experiments conducted in concentration camps represent another dimension of SS economic and ideological activity, though less profitable than industrial operations. SS doctors perform grotesque experiments on prisoners without consent, without anesthesia, causing agony and death in pursuit of supposed scientific knowledge. At Auschwitz, Joseph Mengele conducts twin experiments, injecting chemicals into eyes trying to change their color, performing unnecessary surgeries, killing twins simultaneously to perform comparative autopsies. At Dachau, prisoners are subjected to hypothermia experiments, immersed in ice water to test revival methods for Luftwaffe pilots downed in cold water. At Ravensbrück, female prisoners have their legs deliberately infected with gangrene to test sulfa drugs. These experiments have minimal scientific value, violate every ethical principle of medical research, constitute torture disguised as science. But they're approved by SS leadership, funded through WVHA budgets, defended as contributions to German medicine and military effectiveness. The relationship between the SS and German industry reveals how deeply genocide is embedded in the German war economy. The camps are not isolated from normal economic activity. They're integrated into it, supplying labor and materials that flow through the same supply chains as products from free workers. German citizens buying brick for construction might be purchasing products made by slaves at Sachsenhausen. Soldiers wearing Wehrmacht uniforms might be dressed in garments sewn by prisoners at Dachau. The synthetic fuel in Luftwaffe aircraft likely comes from plants built with Auschwitz slave labor. The distinction between the criminal camp system and the legitimate German economy is illusory. They're the same system, interconnected and mutually supporting. By 1944, WVHA manages over 20 main concentration camps and hundreds of subcamps, collectively imprisoning over 700,000 people. The bureaucracy required to manage this system is enormous. WVHA employs thousands of SS personnel in administrative roles: accountants tracking prisoner labor, clerks processing transfers between camps, quartermasters managing supplies, medical administrators overseeing health services such as they are. The organization maintains detailed records of everything: prisoner numbers, labor assignments, productivity statistics, mortality rates, financial accounts. The paperwork of slavery and murder fills warehouses, creates employment for SS bureaucrats who process the documentation of genocide without ever visiting a camp or witnessing an execution. Oswald Pohl's personal enrichment, through his WVCHA position, is substantial. He lives in a villa confiscated from Jews, furnished with stolen property, staffed by prisoners assigned as servants. He receives a generous salary plus bonuses calculated from WVHA profits. He has access to essentially unlimited funds for personal use, justified through flexible interpretations of official business expenses. Corruption is rampant throughout the SS economic system, with officials at every level skimming from the stolen property flowing through their hands, taking bribes from contractors seeking camp labor, embezzling from SS accounts. Himmler tolerates this corruption to a point, understanding that allowing subordinates to profit personally buys their loyalty and silence. The SS is not just committing genocide and building an economic empire. It's also operating as a criminal enterprise in the traditional sense, with theft and corruption endemic to the organization. The clothing warehouses at Auschwitz, called Canada by prisoners because Canada represents wealth and plenty, contain mountains of stolen property sorted by prisoner work details. Suitcases, clothing, shoes, eyeglasses, children's toys, all sorted and cataloged, and shipped to Germany or distributed within the camp system. Prisoners working in Canada sometimes find food or valuables hidden in clothing, which they smuggle back into the camp to trade for survival. The SS guards watch the sorting operations carefully, taking the best items for themselves before official processing, demonstrating the pervasive theft that occurs at every level. The Canada warehouses represent the final systematic theft from Holocaust victims, the looting of property that accompanies the theft of life. The economic exploitation of prisoners is inseparable from their extermination. The SS calculates optimal life expectancy for different categories of prisoners, determining how long someone can be worked before their productivity drops below maintenance cost. Healthy prisoners might be worked for 6 to 9 months before dying from starvation and exhaustion. Weaker prisoners might last only weeks. The calculus is explicitly economic, treating human beings as disposable resources whose value can be quantified and extracted. When prisoners become too weak to work, they're sent to gas chambers, shot, or simply left to die from neglect. New prisoners constantly arrive to replace them, maintaining the labor force at relatively constant size despite mortality rates that would destroy any normal workforce. The SS economic empire generates profit throughout the war, even as Germany's military situation deteriorates. WVHA reports show the organization running at surplus, its revenues from slave labor and theft exceeding operational costs. This profitability comes at the cost of hundreds of thousands of lives. People work to death or murdered when they can no longer work. But from the SS perspective, the system is successful. It's generating money, supporting the war effort, enriching SS personnel, demonstrating that genocide can be profitable, that exploitation can be total, that human beings can be reduced to units of economic production and disposed of when their value is exhausted. The SS has industrialized not just murder, but also slavery, creating an economic model based on comprehensive dehumanization and exploitation. It's capitalism stripped of all restraint or morality, revealed as pure predation when practiced by organization that recognizes no limits and faces no accountability. The SS economic empire operates with ruthless efficiency, but even as the organization extracts maximum profit from slave labor and systematic theft, it faces threats both from Allied forces pushing toward Germany and from resistance movements emerging across occupied Europe. The Nazi regime's brutality creates enemies everywhere, people willing to risk everything to strike back against the occupation. And in May 1942, one of those resistance fighters accomplishes what seems impossible: the assassination of Reinhard Heydrich, the man who organized the Einsatzgruppen, who coordinated the Holocaust administrative machinery, who embodied the SS combination of intelligence, ruthlessness, and absolute commitment to genocide. Heydrich's death triggers a paroxysm of SS revenge that demonstrates how the organization responds to threats, how resistance is punished not just individually but collectively, how the SS uses terror to maintain control even when that control is slipping. Heydrich is at the peak of his power in early 1942. He's Himmler's deputy, commands the Reich Main Security Office, controlling all police and intelligence functions, chairs the Wannsee Conference in January, where the Holocaust implementation is coordinated across German agencies. Hitler has also appointed him acting Reichsprotector of Bohemia and Moravia, the occupied Czech territories, tasked with suppressing resistance and maintaining industrial production. Heydrich approaches this assignment with characteristic efficiency and brutality. He arrests thousands of resistance suspects, executes hundreds, terrorizes the population into submission. But he also implements policies designed to win Czech workers' cooperation: increased rations for factory workers, better housing, social programs. It's the carrot and stick approach, offering material benefits while demonstrating that resistance brings death. The policy works initially, with Czech industrial production increasing and resistance activity declining. But the Czechoslovak government in exile, operating from London, cannot accept a Nazi ruler successfully pacifying their homeland. They decide Heydrich must die. The British Special Operations Executive trains 2 Czech agents, Jan Kubis and Josef Gabčík, for the mission. They're parachuted into Czechoslovakia in December 1941, spending months establishing contacts, gathering intelligence, planning the attack. Heydrich's routines are studied meticulously. Despite being one of the most powerful men in the Nazi regime, despite running organizations built on paranoia and security, Heydrich is surprisingly careless about his own safety. He travels in an open Mercedes with minimal security, following predictable routes. On May 27, 1942, Kubis and Gabčík ambush Heydrich's car on a curve in Prague's Holsovice district, where the vehicle must slow down. Gabčík attempts to shoot Heydrich with a Sten gun, but the weapon jams. Heydrich's driver accelerates, trying to escape. Kubis throws a modified anti-tank mine that explodes against the car, sending shrapnel into Heydrich's body. Heydrich survives the initial attack, even pulls his pistol and fires at the fleeing assassins. But he's severely wounded, with metal fragments and debris from the car's upholstery driven deep into his abdomen and back. Heydrich is rushed to a hospital in Prague, where German doctors treat his injuries. The wounds are serious, but initially appear survivable. Heydrich undergoes surgery to remove shrapnel and damaged tissue. For several days, he seems to be recovering, sitting up in bed, discussing work with visiting SS officials. Himmler visits personally, bringing Germany's best doctors. Hitler sends messages expressing concern and confidence in Heydrich's recovery. But infection develops in the wounds, and despite sulfa drugs and repeated operations, sepsis spreads through Heydrich's body. On June 4, 1942, 8 days after the attack, Reinhard Heydrich dies at age 38. The man who organized the murder of millions, who built the SS intelligence apparatus, who embodied Nazi ruthlessness and efficiency, is killed by 2 resistance fighters with a homemade bomb. The SS response is immediate and catastrophic. Hitler is enraged, demanding massive retaliation, insisting that thousands of Czechs be executed as punishment. Himmler and acting Reichsprotector Karl Hermann Frank, who assumes Heydrich's position, begins systematic reprisals. The Gestapo arrests thousands across Czechoslovakia, targeting anyone suspected of resistance connections, anyone who might have information about the assassins, anyone who falls into SS hands during dragnet operations. Prisoners are tortured for information, executed when they can't or won't provide intelligence the Gestapo wants. Over 13,000 people are arrested in the weeks following the assassination. Thousands are sent to concentration camps. At least 1,300 are executed immediately, shot without trial, their bodies dumped in mass graves or left displayed as warnings. But the SS wants more than random retaliation. They want to make an example that will terrorize all of occupied Europe, that will demonstrate the cost of resistance so dramatically that no one will dare attack German officials again. They need a symbol, a village that can be destroyed completely, whose destruction can be publicized as warning to anyone considering resistance. The Gestapo, through torture and investigation, discovers that some assassins' equipment was traced to the village of Lidice, northwest of Prague. The connection is actually minimal, based primarily on the fact that some villagers have relatives in the Czech military abroad. But the SS doesn't need substantial connection. They need pretext, and Lidice provides one. On June 9, 1942, SS and Order police units surround Lidice. The operation begins at dusk, with soldiers establishing a perimeter to prevent anyone from escaping. The villagers are ordered from their homes, separated by gender. All males over age 15, 173 men and boys, are selected for execution. They're taken in groups of 10 to a farm on the village's edge and shot against a barn wall. The executions continue through the night and into the next morning. Some men are fathers shot alongside their sons, families destroyed in minutes. The women and children watch and listen, hearing the gunfire, knowing their husbands and fathers are being murdered. When the shooting finally stops, every adult male from Lidice is dead. The women, 195 of them, are transported to Ravensbrück concentration camp, where most will die from overwork, disease, or execution. The children, 98 of them, are taken to Lodz ghetto. SS racial examiners evaluate each child, determining which might be suitable for Germanization, which are racially acceptable enough to be raised as Germans. 8 children pass this evaluation and are sent to German families for adoption, given new names and identities, their Czech origins erased. The remaining 90 children, deemed racially unacceptable, are murdered. Most are gassed at Chelmno extermination camp, though a few are killed by lethal injection at other facilities. Entire families are eliminated, parents and children murdered, bloodlines ended. The destruction of Lidice is total. The village itself is systematically demolished. SS engineers use explosives to destroy every building, reducing houses, school, church to rubble. The cemetery is desecrated, monuments destroyed, graves plowed under. The rubble is cleared away, the land leveled, trees planted. The SS attempts to erase Lidice from existence, to eliminate not just the people but the place itself, to make it as though the village never existed. Road signs are removed, maps are altered to delete Lidice's name, official records are changed. It's annihilation on every level, human, physical, documentary. The message is clear. This is what happens to communities that resist, to villages that harbor partisans, to populations that fail to cooperate completely with German occupation. The destruction of Lidice is widely publicized by the Nazi regime as a warning. German newspapers run stories about Czech treachery and German justice, about the righteous punishment of a village that supported assassins. The propaganda is designed to terrorize occupied populations, to make resistance seem futile and suicidally dangerous. But the publicity backfires internationally. The Allied governments use Lidice as a symbol of Nazi barbarism, as proof of the regime's criminal nature, as justification for the war. The British BBC broadcasts detailed reports about the massacre. Towns and villages around the world renamed themselves Lidice in solidarity, keeping the name alive despite Nazi attempts to erase it. The destruction intended to crush resistance actually galvanizes it, making Lidice a rallying cry rather than a cautionary tale. The hunt for Heinrich's assassins continues relentlessly. The Gestapo eventually identifies the resistance network that supported the operation, tracking connections through arrested members who break under torture. On June 18, 1942, the trail leads to the Saints Cyril and Methodius Cathedral in Prague, where 7 resistance fighters, including Kubis and Gabsik, are hiding in the crypt. SS and Gestapo units surround the church, demanding surrender. The resistance fighters refuse and open fire. The battle lasts for hours, with the Germans unable to penetrate the crypt's defenses. They try flooding the crypt with water from fire hoses, forcing the defenders to higher ground. Finally, as their ammunition runs out and capture becomes inevitable, the 7 men commit suicide rather than fall into SS hands. Their bodies are recovered, photographed, displayed as trophies. The Gestapo executes the priests who hid them and arrests their families. But the retaliation doesn't end with Lidice or the assassins' deaths. The SS destroys another village, Lizaki, in late June, murdering all adult residents and deporting children, following the same pattern as Lidice. Across Czechoslovakia, thousands more are arrested through summer 1942. The terror is comprehensive and prolonged, designed to break any remaining resistance spirit. The Gestapo offers rewards for information, encouraging betrayal, making people afraid to trust even neighbors and family. The combination of mass arrests, public executions, and village destructions creates atmosphere where resistance seems impossible, where the cost of fighting back appears prohibitively high. The SS also faces resistance and assassination attempts in other occupied territories, though none achieve Heinrich's prominence as a target. In Poland, the underground army of Krajowa, the Home Army, assassinates SS and police officials regularly, kills collaborators, attacks German facilities. The SS responds with collective punishment. For every German killed, hundreds of Poles are executed. In the Soviet Union, partisan movements operating from forests attack German supply lines, ambush isolated units, kill occupation administrators. The SS anti-partisan operations are genocidal, treating entire villages as partisan supporters, murdering populations, burning settlements. In France, the resistance assassinates German officers, sabotages factories, provides intelligence to the Allies. The SS and Gestapo torture suspected resistance members, execute hostages in reprisal for attacks, try desperately to suppress movements that grow stronger as the war continues. The July 20th, 1944 conspiracy represents the most serious threat to Hitler and the Nazi regime, an attempted coup organized not by resistance fighters in occupied territories, but by Wehrmacht officers, aristocrats, and government officials from within the German elite. The conspirators, led by Colonel Claus von Stauffenberg, plan a bomb at Hitler's headquarters in East Prussia during a military briefing. The explosion kills several officers, but Hitler survives, protected by a heavy oak table that deflects the blast. The coup attempt collapses within hours as loyalist forces secure key installations in Berlin and arrest conspirators. The SS, particularly the Gestapo under Heinrich Himmler, leads the investigation and retaliation. The response demonstrates the SS power within the Nazi state and the absolute ruthlessness with which they eliminate threats to Hitler. The Gestapo arrests over 7,000 people in connection with the conspiracy, casting the net far beyond those directly involved. Anyone who knew conspirators, anyone who failed to report suspicions, anyone the SS considers politically unreliable is arrested. The interrogations are brutal, with torture systematically applied to extract confessions and implicate others. Many prisoners are held at Gestapo headquarters on Prinz-Albrechtstrasse in Berlin, in cellars where screaming is constant and no one emerges unchanged. The Gestapo uses the conspiracy as opportunity to eliminate everyone they've wanted to arrest, but previously lacked pretext to touch. Conservative critics of the regime, aristocrats with questionable loyalty, military officers who've expressed doubts about the war. The executions are theatrical and deliberately degrading. Hitler orders that conspirators be hanged slowly with piano wire rather than shot, that their deaths be filmed for his viewing. The executions occur at Plötzensee prison in Berlin, with victims hanged from meat hooks suspended from the ceiling. The process is slow and agonizing, designed to maximize suffering. Among the executed are Field Marshal Erwin von Witzleben, General Friedrich Albrecht, Colonel Stauffenberg, and dozens of other military officers, government officials, and resistance figures. Their families are arrested under Sippenhaft, kinship liability, a Nazi principle holding that relatives of traitors share guilt. Wives, children, siblings, even distant relatives are sent to concentration camps or placed under house arrest, punished for crimes they didn't commit because of family connection to conspirators. The purge following the July 20th conspiracy eliminates much of the remaining opposition within the German elite and consolidates SS power over the military. Wehrmacht commanders who survived the conspiracy but are suspected of insufficient loyalty are removed or sidelined. The SS becomes even more dominant in security matters, with Himmler appointed commander of the replacement army, giving him direct military authority. The conspiracy's failure demonstrates that resistance from within the regime is impossible, that the SS security apparatus is too comprehensive and ruthless to allow successful opposition, that Hitler is effectively invulnerable to internal threats. The message to any remaining doubters is clear. There is no escape, no alternative, no possibility of removing Hitler through internal action. The only way the Nazi regime will end is through total military defeat. The Gestapo's investigation of the conspiracy continues for months, with arrests and executions extending into 1945. The SS uses the opportunity to settle scores, to eliminate anyone they consider problematic, to terrorize the German population into absolute submission as the war situation deteriorates. The conspiracy becomes justification for expanded SS power, for increased surveillance, for harsher measures against any form of dissent. The failed coup actually strengthens the SS rather than weakening the regime, demonstrating the organization's centrality to Nazi rule and its effectiveness at suppressing opposition through comprehensive terror and systematic violence. Heinrich is dead, but the system he helped build operates with increasing brutality, crushing resistance foreign and domestic, maintaining Nazi control through fear even as the military situation becomes hopeless and defeat approaches inevitably. The failed July conspiracy eliminates internal resistance, but external threats multiply as Allied armies advance from both east and west. The SS, having spent years terrorizing occupied populations, now faces the consequences of its brutality. Everywhere German forces retreat, the SS leaves behind evidence of crimes, witnesses to atrocities, survivors who will testify to what happened. But rather than moderating their behavior, as defeat approaches, the SS intensifies its violence, as though trying to complete the genocide before time runs out, as though determined to murder as many victims as possible before the camps are liberated. From 1942 through 1945, across every territory the Nazis control, the SS commits atrocities that demonstrate their absolute contempt for human life and the laws of war. These crimes occur not in secret or by accident, but as deliberate policy, ordered from Berlin, executed by SS units across Europe, documented in reports and witnessed by thousands. The SS is not just fighting a losing war. They're conducting a final orgy of violence, murdering until the very last moment. The anti-partisan operations in occupied Soviet territory and the Balkans are genocide disguised as military necessity. The SS and Wehrmacht claim they're fighting irregular forces threatening German supply lines and rear areas. The reality is that anti-partisan operations are opportunities for mass murder, for eliminating entire communities suspected of harboring or supporting resistance. The definition of partisan is deliberately vague, applied to anyone the Germans want dead. Fighting-age men found in areas of partisan activity are partisans. Villagers who can't prove their loyalty are partisan supporters. Jews anywhere are automatically considered partisan collaborators regardless of evidence. Under these expansive definitions, anti-partisan operations become license for indiscriminate killing. In Belarus, the scale of destruction is staggering. Over 600 villages are destroyed completely during anti-partisan operations, their populations murdered, their buildings burned, their fields salted. The village of Katyn, not to be confused with Katyn, where Soviets murdered Polish officers, is destroyed by SS police units and their Ukrainian auxiliaries in March 1943. The operation follows a pattern repeated across Belarus. German forces claim partisans attacked them near the village, though evidence is minimal. As retaliation, they herd Katyn's population, 149 people, including 75 children, into a barn. The doors are locked, the barn is set on fire. Anyone who tries to escape is shot. The screaming of people burning alive is heard across the countryside. When the flames die, the Germans ensure no one survived by shooting anyone showing signs of life. Then the village is demolished, every structure burned, livestock killed, wells poisoned. Only one child and one adult survive by hiding among corpses, playing dead until the Germans leave. The Katyn massacre is not exceptional. It's routine, repeated hundreds of times across Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. The SS Cavalry Brigade, later expanded to a division, specializes in these operations, sweeping through rural areas, killing everyone they find. The Dirlewanger Brigade, commanded by Oskar Dirlewanger, is even worse. Dirlewanger is a convicted criminal, a sadist given command of an SS unit composed largely of convicted felons and military prisoners offered service as alternative to punishment. The Dirlewanger Brigade operates with extraordinary brutality, even by SS standards, raping and torturing before killing, treating anti-partisan operations as opportunities for unrestrained violence. Wehrmacht officers who witnessed the brigade's actions report their horror at the atrocities, but the reports are filed away and nothing changes. The Dirlewanger Brigade continues operating until the end of the war, murdering tens of thousands of civilians. In Warsaw, the SS demonstrates its capacity for destruction against an entire city. In August 1944, the Polish Home Army launches an uprising, attempting to liberate Warsaw before Soviet forces arrive, hoping to establish Polish authority rather than accepting Soviet occupation. The uprising is brave and desperate, with poorly armed Polish fighters battling German forces for control of the capital. Hitler orders Warsaw destroyed, its uprising crushed completely, its population eliminated or enslaved. Himmler assigns the task to SS Obergruppenführer Erich von dem Boxalewski, appointing him commander of German forces suppressing the uprising. Boxalewski brings in some of the SS' most brutal units, including the Dirlewanger Brigade and Bronislaw Kaminsky's Russian National Liberation Army, another SS auxiliary unit composed of former Soviet prisoners. The suppression of the Warsaw Uprising is systematic urban warfare combined with deliberate mass murder. The SS doesn't just fight Polish insurgents. They massacre civilians in areas where fighting occurs, treating any Polish civilian as enemy combatant or supporter. In the Walla district, during the first days of August, SS units murder approximately 40,000 civilians, shooting them in courtyards, basements, and streets. Entire apartment buildings are cleared, residents executed floor by floor. Hospitals are attacked, with patients shot in their beds, doctors murdered while treating wounded. The killings are not spontaneous violence by troops under combat stress. They're organized operations with soldiers assigned specific areas to clear, with officers supervising the murders, with bodies collected and burned to eliminate evidence. The insurgents hold parts of Warsaw for 63 days, fighting desperately, with captured weapons and supplies smuggled through sewers. The Soviet army, which could assist the uprising, halts its advance on the Vistula River and watches while the Germans destroy the Polish resistance. Stalin has no interest in helping non-communist Polish forces, preferring that the Germans eliminate potential opposition to future Soviet control. The Poles fight alone against overwhelming German firepower and SS brutality. When the uprising finally collapses in early October 1944, over 200,000 Polish civilians are dead, murdered by German forces, or killed in fighting. The survivors are deported to concentration camps or forced labor. And Hitler orders Warsaw itself destroyed, not just damaged by combat, but deliberately demolished. SS engineers spend months systematically destroying the remaining buildings, using explosives and flame to reduce Poland's capital to rubble. By January 1945, when Soviet forces finally enter Warsaw, over 80% of the city is destroyed. In France, the SS commits massacres that demonstrate their brutality extends beyond Eastern Europe, that their contempt for civilian life operates everywhere. On June 9, 1944, 3 days after D-Day, the SS Das Reich Division is moving north from southern France toward the Normandy invasion zone. In the village of Oradour-sur-Glane, they claim to be searching for a kidnapped German officer and hidden weapons. What follows is systematic massacre. The SS separates men from women and children. The men are herded into barns and shot. The women and children, over 250 of them, are locked in the village church. The SS throws grenades through the windows and sets the church on fire. As with Katyn, anyone trying to escape is shot. The entire village is destroyed, burned to the ground. 642 people are murdered, including 246 women and 205 children. Only a handful survive by hiding or escaping during the confusion. The SS claims they were retaliating for partisan activity, that Oradour supported resistance fighters. No evidence supports this claim. Oradour was simply a village unfortunate enough to be in the path of an SS division moving to the front. The Das Reich Division's journey from southern France to Normandy is marked by massacres and hangings. In Toul, 99 French civilians are hanged from lampposts and balconies as retaliation for resistance attacks. Bodies dangle in the town center for days, a warning to anyone considering resistance. Across France, as German forces retreat after the Normandy invasion, the SS and Gestapo murder thousands more. Resistance fighters, their families, hostages, Jews who'd survived in hiding until the final months. The violence intensifies as liberation approaches, as though the SS wants to kill everyone they can before losing control. In Italy, SS units commit similar atrocities, responding to partisan attacks with massive reprisals. The Ardeatine Caves Massacre in March 1944 sees 335 Italian civilians murdered in retaliation for a partisan bomb that killed 33 German soldiers. The victims include Jews, political prisoners, and civilians randomly rounded up to meet the quota. They're taken to caves outside Rome, shot in the back of the head in groups, their bodies left in piles until the caves are sealed with explosives. The ratio is deliberately disproportionate, 10 Italians murdered for every German killed, designed to terrorize populations into refusing support for partisans. In Marzabotto, SS troops massacre approximately 770 civilians, including entire families, over 4 days in September and October 1944. Children are killed alongside parents, elderly alongside young. The victims are shot, some are burned alive, others have their throats cut. The violence is comprehensive and gratuitous, exceeding any military necessity. In Greece, the SS conducts massive reprisals following partisan activity. Entire villages are destroyed, populations murdered, regions depopulated. The Kalavrita massacre in December 1943 sees over 600 men and boys murdered, the entire male population of the town over 12 years old, executed in retaliation for partisan killings of German soldiers. The women and children are locked in the school, which is then set on fire, though they manage to escape. The town itself is burned completely. Throughout Greece, dozens of villages suffer similar fates, with thousands of Greeks murdered by SS and Wehrmacht units conducting reprisals. The massacres of Soviet prisoners of war represent another category of SS atrocity, one that violates even the minimal protections of Geneva Conventions. Millions of Soviet soldiers are captured during the first years of the Eastern Front, and their treatment is deliberately lethal. Many are simply shot immediately after capture, particularly political officers and Jews identified through inspection of circumcision status. Others are transported to camps where conditions are designed to kill them through starvation, exposure, and disease. Wehrmacht prisoner of war camps for Soviet soldiers have mortality rates exceeding 50% in some locations. But the SS is directly responsible for murdering hundreds of thousands of Soviet prisoners through execution operations, through using them for medical experiments, through working them to death in concentration camps. The Commissar Order, issued before the invasion of the Soviet Union, directs that Soviet political officers be executed immediately upon capture rather than treated as prisoners of war. The SS and Wehrmacht both implement this order, with Einsatzgruppen and military intelligence officers screening prisoners to identify commissars, who are then separated and shot. Tens of thousands of Soviet soldiers are murdered this way, killed not because they're dangerous, but because Nazi ideology considers them ideologically unacceptable. The Commissar Order is clearly criminal, violating international law regarding prisoner treatment, but it's implemented systematically with no consequences for perpetrators. The Waffen-SS commits atrocities across every front, murdering prisoners and civilians with a consistency that reveals their institutional culture rather than isolated incidents. In Normandy, SS units murder Canadian prisoners at the Ardennes Abbey and British prisoners at multiple locations. The pattern established in France during 1940 continues throughout the war. In Italy, American prisoners are murdered by SS troops. On the Eastern Front, Soviet prisoners are killed routinely. The Malmedy Massacre during the Battle of the Bulge in December 1944 sees 84 American prisoners murdered by Kampfgruppe, part of the 1st SS Panzer Division. The Americans are disarmed, assembled in a field, and machine-gunned. Wounded survivors are shot individually as SS men walk among the bodies. News of the massacre spreads rapidly through American forces, hardening attitudes toward the SS and reducing willingness to accept their surrender. The disciplinary response to these atrocities is revealing. Despite extensive documentation, despite thousands of witnesses, despite clear violations of military law and international conventions, almost no SS personnel are punished during the war for murdering prisoners or civilians. A few cases result in reprimands or transfers, typically when the perpetrator has also stolen from the SS or shown disloyalty to superiors. But murder itself, murder of prisoners or civilians, is not punished. The SS legal system protects killers, justifies atrocities as military necessity or security measures, reinforces the message that SS men can kill with impunity. The organization's culture encourages brutality, rewards ruthlessness, treats violence against perceived enemies as proof of ideological commitment rather than criminal behavior. By late 1944, as German forces retreat on all fronts, the scale of SS atrocities actually increases. It's as though the approaching defeat removes whatever minimal restraints existed, as though the SS decides to commit as many murders as possible before the war ends. In Hungary, where Jews survived relatively intact until German occupation in March 1944, the SS begins massive deportations to Auschwitz, murdering over 400,000 Hungarian Jews in just months. Across Poland and Germany, as Soviet forces approach camps, the SS begins evacuating prisoners on death marches, forcing them to walk hundreds of miles in winter conditions with minimal food or clothing, shooting anyone who falls behind. These marches kill tens of thousands, leaving trails of corpses across Central Europe. The SS could simply abandon the camps and let prisoners be liberated, but they choose murder instead, continuing the genocide until the final possible moment. The brutality is comprehensive, systematic, sustained until Allied forces physically stop it by defeating Germany and capturing the perpetrators. The winter of 1944 to 1945 is catastrophic for Germany. Soviet forces push westward from Poland. American and British armies advance from France. The strategic situation is hopeless. Any rational assessment concludes that Germany has lost, that continuing the war only increases destruction and casualties. But the Nazi regime is not rational, and the SS is fanatically committed to fighting until total destruction. Heinrich Himmler, who commands the SS empire and now also holds military command as chief of the replacement army and commander of Army Group Upper Rhine, insists on continued resistance despite obvious futility. Hitler demands the same, ordering troops to hold positions to the last man, forbidding retreats even when encirclement is certain, treating military reality as irrelevant compared to willpower and ideology. The SS, which spent years enforcing Hitler's will through terror, now turns that terror inward, forcing German soldiers and civilians to continue fighting through threats and executions. Germany's final months become a nightmare of pointless destruction, with the SS murdering Germans who suggest surrender and evacuating concentration camps in death marches that kill thousands more victims even as liberation approaches. The Red Army's advance through Poland in January 1945 forces the SS to confront the reality of their concentration camps being captured with living witnesses and physical evidence of genocide. The decision made at the highest levels is to evacuate camps rather than allow prisoners to be liberated, to force prisoners westward toward camps in Germany, destroying evidence and eliminating witnesses along the way. These evacuations, universally called death marches by survivors, are mass murder disguised as military logistics. Prisoners are forced to march hundreds of miles in the middle of winter, wearing camp uniforms that provide minimal protection from cold, given little or no food, beaten if they slow down, shot if they fall. The roads of Poland and eastern Germany become lined with corpses as tens of thousands of prisoners die from exhaustion, exposure, starvation, or execution during these marches. The evacuation of Auschwitz in mid-January 1945 demonstrates the death march pattern. As Soviet artillery can be heard in the distance, SS guards order approximately 60,000 prisoners to assemble for evacuation westward. Those too sick or weak to march are left behind with instructions to remaining guards to shoot them, though some guards abandon their posts, allowing several thousand prisoners to survive until Soviet liberation. The marching prisoners are organized in columns and forced westward toward camps in Germany, primarily Buchenwald and Bergen-Belsen. The march proceeds through snow and sub-zero temperatures. Prisoners wear wooden clogs that provide no warmth or traction, thin striped uniforms, sometimes blankets if they're fortunate. They march for days with minimal food, sleeping in open fields or abandoned barns. Guards shoot anyone who falls behind or stops from exhaustion. The route becomes marked with bodies every few hundred meters, frozen corpses left where they fall. Of the 60,000 who begin the march, approximately 15,000 die before reaching destinations. Similar evacuations occur at camps across Poland and eastern Germany. Stutthof prisoners are marched toward the Baltic coast, then forced onto barges that are sunk, drowning thousands. Grossrosen prisoners march to Bergen-Belsen and Buchenwald, leaving trails of dead. Sachsenhausen and Ravensbrück are evacuated in April as Soviet forces approach Berlin. Each evacuation follows the same murderous pattern: forced marches in terrible conditions, minimal provisions, systematic killing of anyone unable to maintain the pace. The SS could simply abandon the camps, leaving prisoners for Allied liberation. Instead, they choose to kill as many as possible during evacuation, demonstrating that even in defeat, even when genocide serves no military or political purpose, the SS continues murdering because murder has become their defining characteristic. The death marches serve multiple SS purposes beyond eliminating witnesses. They maintain the camp system's labor force, preserving prisoners for final exploitation in Western camps. They prevent the psychological impact of prisoners celebrating liberation, which might inspire resistance from remaining camp populations. They demonstrate SS power and ruthlessness to the very end, showing that the organization can still murder despite military collapse. And they're consistent with Nazi ideology that prisoners are subhuman enemies whose lives have no value, that their deaths matter less than preventing their liberation. The death marches or genocide continued by other means. Holocaust victims murdered in the final months when Allied victory is certain and liberation is days or weeks away. Germany itself becomes a police state enforced by the SS more thoroughly than ever before as defeat approaches. Himmler establishes the Volkssturm in September 1944, a last-ditch militia of old men and boys drafted to defend Germany when regular military forces are exhausted. The Volkssturm is poorly equipped and trained, barely capable of military action, but it's brutally enforced by the SS. Men who fail to report for Volkssturm duty are arrested or shot. Those who suggest that further resistance is futile are executed for defeatism. The SS establishes summary courts throughout Germany, authorized to execute anyone suspected of cowardice, desertion, or defeatist attitudes. Soldiers who retreat without orders are hanged from lampposts with signs around their necks, identifying them as cowards. Civilians who suggest surrendering to approaching Allied forces are shot. The terror that the SS applied to occupied territories is now turned on Germans themselves, forcing the population to continue fighting a lost war through intimidation and murder. Himmler's brief and catastrophic military commands demonstrate his complete incompetence as a military leader. His appointment to command Army Group Upper Rhine in late 1944 puts him in charge of German forces defending Alsace against American advance. He has no military training beyond what he absorbed serving as a young man in the final months of World War I. No understanding of strategy or tactics, no appreciation for logistical realities. His orders consist primarily of demanding that units hold positions regardless of circumstances, forbidding retreats, insisting that willpower can overcome material disadvantage. German soldiers under his command suffer unnecessary casualties following orders that militarily competent commanders would recognize as suicidal. Army Group Upper Rhine accomplishes nothing except delaying the inevitable, while losing troops Germany can't replace. When Himmler is given command of Army Group Vistula in January 1945, tasked with stopping Soviet forces driving toward Berlin, the result is even more disastrous. He establishes his headquarters in a sanatorium, surrounds himself with SS staff officers who know nothing about commanding large military formations, issues orders based on map reading rather than battlefield reality. Soviet forces cut through German defenses, encircle entire units Himmler insisted must hold untenable positions, advance toward Berlin with minimal effective resistance. Wehrmacht officers serving under Himmler are appalled by his incompetence, recognizing that his commands are getting soldiers killed for no military purpose. But they can't effectively oppose him because he's Himmler, because he reports directly to Hitler, because challenging SS authority remains dangerous even as Germany collapses. The SS establishes special courts martial authorized to execute German soldiers and civilians on minimal evidence or no evidence at all. These drumhead courts operate behind retreating German lines, searching for deserters, defeatists, anyone who might undermine continued resistance. Soldiers found away from their units without proper authorization are assumed to be deserters and hanged. Civilians who hide white flags to surrender to approaching allies are shot. Officers who retreat to avoid encirclement are executed for cowardice. The SS hangs bodies from bridges and buildings with explanatory signs, creating galleries of death meant to terrorize Germans into continued resistance. Thousands of Germans are murdered by their own forces during the war's final months, killed not by the enemy, but by the SS enforcing fanatical resistance. Himmler's personal position becomes increasingly desperate as Germany's situation deteriorates. He recognizes that Germany will lose, that Nazi leadership faces prosecution for war crimes, that he personally is responsible for genocide and mass murder. He begins secret negotiations with the Allies through various intermediaries, offering to surrender German forces under his command in exchange for personal immunity and continued conflict with the Soviet Union. Himmler imagines that the Western Allies will accept Germany as partner against communism, that his anti-Bolshevism will outweigh his crimes and Allied calculations. This delusion demonstrates how completely Nazi leaders misunderstand their situation, how they believe their ideology and position entitle them to consideration despite their actions. The Allied response when they learn of Himmler's approaches is immediate and categorical. Unconditional surrender only, no negotiations, no immunity for war criminals. When Hitler learns of Himmler's unauthorized peace feelers in late April 1945, he reacts with rage and betrayal. Himmler, the loyal Heinrich, the true believer who built the SS into Hitler's primary instrument of terror, has attempted to negotiate behind Hitler's back. It's the ultimate betrayal in Hitler's eyes, worse than military defeat or enemy victory. Hitler strips Himmler of all positions and orders his arrest, though the arrest is never executed because Germany is collapsing too quickly. Himmler flees, abandoning his headquarters, attempting to escape in disguise. The man who commanded millions, who controlled the police and concentration camps, who answered only to Hitler, is reduced to fugitive status in days. The SS divisions continue fighting with fanatical determination, even as Germany's military situation becomes hopeless. Waffen-SS units are consistently among the last to surrender, fighting defensive battles that delay Allied advances but can't prevent defeat. Some SS soldiers are motivated by ideology, by genuine belief in Nazism and commitment to fighting to the end. Others fight because they recognize that their SS membership makes them vulnerable to prosecution, that they have nothing to gain from surrender, and might survive longer by continuing to fight. The Waffen-SS reputation for war crimes means that Allied soldiers are less likely to accept their surrender, more likely to shoot prisoners, creating incentive for SS men to fight to the death. In the Battle of Berlin, SS troops are among the most determined defenders, fighting block by block through the rubble, even when the situation is clearly hopeless. The concentration camps in Germany proper become scenes of unimaginable horror as evacuated prisoners from eastern camps arrive in facilities already overcrowded and undersupplied. Bergen-Belsen, originally a relatively small camp, receives tens of thousands of evacuees from camps in Poland and Eastern Germany. The camp's population swells beyond capacity, overwhelming the minimal infrastructure. Food supplies become insufficient, sanitation collapses, disease spreads rapidly. Typhus epidemics kill thousands. Bodies pile up faster than they can be buried. Prisoners starve to death despite liberation being days or weeks away, dying in camps in Germany that have food warehouses nearby, but no SS orders to distribute supplies to prisoners. Bergen-Belsen becomes a death camp, not through gas chambers, but through deliberate neglect and the consequences of evacuation policy. Buchenwald, Dachau, Mauthausen, and other camps in Germany experience similar crises as evacuated prisoners arrive. The camps are chaotic, overwhelmed, barely functional. Guards continue murdering prisoners, even as Allied forces approach. At Dachau, SS guards shoot prisoners too weak to work just days before American liberation. At Mauthausen, prisoners are forced up the infamous stairs of death from quarries while carrying heavy stones, collapsing from exhaustion, and being beaten or shot. The final weeks of the camps are among the most deadly, with mortality rates spiking as conditions deteriorate and SS guards accelerate killing before losing control. It's as though the SS wants to murder as many people as possible before being stopped, completing the genocide, even in defeat. The SS attempts to destroy evidence of their crimes as liberation approaches. At camps throughout Germany and Poland, SS personnel burn documents, destroy records, demolish gas chambers and crematoria. At Auschwitz, before evacuation, the SS dynamites crematoria to make them less recognizable, burns administrative buildings containing records, attempts to eliminate physical evidence of extermination operations. At Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka, all closed months earlier, the SS exhumed and burned all bodies, demolished structures, planted fields and forests to disguise the sites. The effort to hide genocide is comprehensive and desperate, demonstrating that SS leadership knows their actions are criminal and will be prosecuted. But the effort fails because the scale is too large, because witnesses survive, because physical evidence remains despite destruction attempts. The final days see some SS guards abandoning their posts, changing into civilian clothes, attempting to disappear into the chaos of Germany's collapse. Others continue enforcing discipline and murdering prisoners until Allied soldiers physically stop them. Some SS officers commit suicide rather than face capture, recognizing that their crimes will bring prosecution. Others flee, hoping to escape to neutral countries or hide in occupied Germany's confusion. Himmler wanders in disguise for weeks after Germany's surrender, eventually captured by British forces at a checkpoint. He carries false papers identifying him as a common soldier, but his disguise fails. When his identity is confirmed, Himmler bites down on a cyanide capsule hidden in his mouth, killing himself before he can be brought to trial. The man who commanded the SS empire, who organized the Holocaust, who supervised the murder of millions, dies by suicide in British custody, escaping earthly justice though not historical judgment. The SS has collapsed with the regime it served, defeated by military force because it would never surrender willingly, broken but unrepentant to the very end. The Reich collapses rapidly in the spring of 1945, fragmenting under pressure from Soviet forces advancing from the east and American and British armies pushing from the west. Throughout April, Allied troops overrun concentration camps in rapid succession, discovering horrors that shock even soldiers hardened by years of combat. The liberators are not prepared for what they find. No briefings, No intelligence reports, no previous experience can prepare them for the reality of Nazi concentration camps. Soldiers who've survived Normandy and the Battle of the Bulge, who've seen combat death in all its forms, are physically sickened by the camps. They discover thousands of corpses stacked like cordwood, living skeletons barely able to stand, evidence of systematic murder on a scale that defies comprehension. The camps are not just crime scenes. They're revelations of a type of evil that hadn't existed before, that required industrial society's organizational capacity and modern bureaucracy's efficiency applied toward the single purpose of eliminating human beings. The liberation of the camps forces the world to confront what the Nazi regime truly was, what the SS had done, and the question that will haunt humanity for generations. How is this possible? Soviet forces liberate Majdanek in July 1944 as they advance through eastern Poland. It's the first major concentration camp captured relatively intact, before the SS can completely destroy evidence. The Soviets find gas chambers, crematoria, warehouses full of victims' possessions, documentation of the killing process. They immediately recognize the significance and conduct careful investigation, gathering evidence for future war crimes trials. Soviet journalists and photographers document everything, creating a visual record that's distributed internationally. But Soviet reports about German atrocities are often dismissed by Western audiences as propaganda, exaggerated for political purposes. The Western Allies have received reports about extermination camps from Polish underground, from escaped prisoners, from intelligence sources, but there's skepticism about the scale and systematic nature of the killing. Many in Britain and America find it difficult to believe that a modern European nation would implement industrialized genocide, that the reports of gas chambers and millions murdered are accurate rather than wartime exaggeration. On January 27, 1945, Soviet troops enter Auschwitz-Birkenau. The SS evacuated most prisoners days earlier, forcing them on death marches westward, but approximately 7,000 remained, too sick or weak to march, left behind to die. The Soviet soldiers discover living skeletons, people so emaciated their bodies barely function, survivors of a system designed to work and starve them to death. They find the ruins of dynamited crematoria, evidence of the SS' desperate attempts to hide their crimes. They discover warehouses containing over 800,000 women's outfits, over 348,000 men's suits, over 14,000 pounds of human hair prepared for shipment to textile manufacturers. The hair alone tells the story. Thousands of women murdered and their bodies exploited for commercial purposes, even after death. The Soviets document everything meticulously, photograph survivors, catalog evidence, begin the process of understanding the magnitude of what happened at Auschwitz. The liberation of camps in Germany by Western forces occurs in April and early May 1945, as American and British armies advance through the country's interior. Buchenwald is liberated by American forces on April 11th. The camp holds over 20,000 prisoners in catastrophic conditions, with corpses piled throughout the facility, survivors suffering from typhus and starvation. Dachau is liberated by the 7th U.S. Army on April 29th. American soldiers find over 30,000 prisoners, hundreds of bodies in piles awaiting cremation, boxcars full of corpses that arrive from evacuation transports. The SS guards initially attempt to surrender, but some American soldiers, enraged by what they discover, execute guards on the spot. The unofficial executions are understandable reactions to horrific discoveries, though they violate military regulations regarding prisoner treatment. The incidents are investigated, but prosecutions are minimal, reflecting recognition that the crimes discovered justify extreme emotional responses. Bergen-Belsen is liberated by British forces on April 15th, and what they find is perhaps the most horrific scene of any camp liberation. The camp holds approximately 60,000 prisoners, many evacuated from camps further east, in conditions of total collapse. Over 13,000 corpses lie unburied throughout the camp, bodies in every state of decomposition. Typhus is epidemic, infecting thousands. Sanitation has completely broken down with excrement and filth everywhere. Prisoners are starving to death despite liberation, too weak to eat or digest food. The smell is overwhelming, a combination of death, disease, and human waste that permeates everything. British soldiers and medical personnel work desperately to save survivors, but over 13,000 die after liberation, their bodies too damaged by starvation and disease to recover even with medical care. The liberation of Bergen-Belsen is filmed extensively, creating visual documentation that will be shown in cinemas worldwide, forcing millions to confront the reality of Nazi camps. The initial response to liberation is chaotic and inadequate. Allied military forces are not prepared for medical crisis on this scale, don't have sufficient supplies or personnel to address the needs of tens of thousands of severely malnourished and diseased prisoners. Well-intentioned efforts sometimes harm survivors, with liberators providing rich foods that digestive systems ravaged by starvation cannot process, leading to additional deaths from refeeding syndrome. Typhus and other diseases continue spreading despite liberation, killing prisoners who survived years in the camps only to die after rescue. The challenge of caring for survivors forces Allied authorities to establish dedicated medical facilities, to train personnel in treating extreme malnutrition, to develop protocols for managing the transition from starvation to adequate nutrition. The documentation of the camps is extensive and deliberate. Allied authorities recognize immediately that the world must see this, that evidence must be preserved for war crimes prosecutions, that Germans themselves must confront what was done in their name. American and British military units include photographers and cinematographers who document everything: the corpses, the survivors, the facilities, the evidence of systematic murder. General Dwight Eisenhower, Supreme Commander of Allied forces in Europe, visits a liberated camp and is so horrified that he orders extensive documentation, insisting that the evidence be preserved because, as he says, at some time in the future people might claim this never happened. His foresight proves accurate as Holocaust denial will emerge in later decades. But the documentation created in 1945 provides irrefutable evidence. The German civilian population's confrontation with the camps is forced and necessary. Allied authorities required German civilians living near concentration camps to tour the facilities, to see the bodies, to walk through the barracks, to witness what their government did. In some locations, thousands of Germans are marched through camps, forced to look at corpses, required to assist with burial details. The reactions vary. Some Germans appear genuinely shocked, claiming they didn't know about the camps despite living within miles of them. Others remain unmoved, offering justifications or deflections. A few show remorse, though whether from genuine moral awakening or from recognition that Germany's defeat makes such displays politic is difficult to determine. The forced confrontation is designed to break through denial, to make Germans acknowledge the criminality of the regime they supported or tolerated, to create collective responsibility that might prevent future atrocities. The discovery of the camps transforms international understanding of the Nazi regime. Before liberation, the Nazis were seen primarily as aggressive militarists who started a war of conquest, as brutal occupiers who terrorized subject populations, as anti-Semites who persecuted Jews. The camps reveal something more systematic and intentional, a bureaucratically organized effort to exterminate entire categories of people. Genocide implemented as state policy using industrial methods. The revelation changes how the war is understood retroactively, reframing it not just as military conflict, but as struggle against unprecedented evil. The Holocaust becomes central to how World War II is remembered and understood, though this reframing takes years to fully develop. In 1945, the immediate focus is on documenting evidence, caring for survivors, and preparing to prosecute those responsible. The survivors themselves begin the difficult process of bearing witness, of testifying to what they experienced and witnessed. Allied investigators interview thousands of survivors, taking statements that will form the evidentiary basis for war crimes prosecutions. The testimonies are remarkably consistent despite coming from prisoners held in different camps across years of Nazi operation. They describe the selection process, the gas chambers, the crematoria, the medical experiments, the systematic brutality. They identify perpetrators by name, describe specific crimes, provide details that can be corroborated through physical evidence, and capture documents. The survivor testimony is crucial because so much documentation was destroyed by the SS, because many crimes occurred without written records, because the full horror of the camps can only be understood through first-person accounts. The physical evidence discovered at the camps is extensive despite SS destruction efforts. At Auschwitz, Soviet investigators find detailed camp records that the SS failed to burn, documentation of prisoner transports, of selections of deaths. They find architectural plans for crematoria showing the gas chambers, proving that the killing facilities were designed and built specifically for murder. They find canisters of Zyklon B, the poison used in gas chambers, stored in warehouses. At other camps, similar evidence emerges. Execution records, correspondence about prisoner disposition, administrative documents relating to the camp economy. The captured documents reveal the bureaucratic nature of genocide, the paper trail of murder maintained by administrators who process death with the same methodical record-keeping applied to any industrial operation. The scale of the Holocaust begins to become clear as evidence is compiled from multiple sources. Survivor testimony, captured documents, physical evidence from camps, testimony from perpetrators, all combined to reveal that approximately 6 million Jews were murdered, along with millions of others including Soviet prisoners of war, Polish civilians, Romani people, disabled individuals, political opponents, and countless others the Nazis deemed undesirable. The numbers are so large they resist comprehension, but the evidence is overwhelming and irrefutable. The Nazi regime, with the SS as primary implementing organization, committed genocide on a scale without precedent, murdering roughly 2/3 of European Jewry, eliminating entire communities, destroying centuries of Jewish culture and life in Europe. The Allies also discover the SS economic empire built on slave labor and theft. Warehouses full of stolen property, factories operated with concentration camp labor, bank accounts containing money seized from victims, business records documenting the commercial exploitation of prisoners. The SS economic activities are revealed to be vast and profitable, demonstrating that genocide was integrated into the German economy, that major corporations participated in and benefited from the camp system, that the Holocaust had an economic dimension alongside the ideological and racial motivations. This discovery complicates prosecutorial efforts because it implicates not just SS men, but German business leaders, industrialists, bankers, all the economic actors who profited from slave labor and theft. The condition of survivors highlights the long-term impact of the camps. Even those who physically survive are often permanently damaged, their health destroyed by starvation and disease, their psychological trauma profound and lasting. Survivors suffer from tuberculosis, typhus, chronic malnutrition effects that will follow them for life. Many have lost entire families, arriving at camps with spouses and children only to watch them selected for gas chambers. The psychological burden of survival, of witnessing atrocities, of losing everyone and everything, is immense. Survivor guilt becomes common, with people questioning why they lived when others died, struggling to find meaning in survival. The camps don't just kill those who die in them. They scar survivors permanently, creating trauma that passes to subsequent generations. The liberation also reveals the fate of children in the camps. At Auschwitz, Soviet soldiers find a few hundred children, many subjected to medical experiments by Joseph Mengele. These children have been used as guinea pigs, injected with diseases, subjected to surgeries without anesthesia, treated as laboratory animals rather than human beings. At other camps, children who survived did so through luck, protection by adult prisoners, or by hiding their age, and working alongside adults. The murder of children is perhaps the Holocaust's most visceral horror, the clearest demonstration of genocidal intent. The Nazis didn't just kill adults who might pose some theoretical threat. They murdered children, babies, toddlers, eliminating entire generations, ending family lines, killing the future of communities they sought to eradicate. The visual documentation of liberation, particularly film and photographs, creates permanent historical record that will shape Holocaust memory for generations. The images of Bergen-Belsen corpses, of Dachau boxcars filled with bodies, of Auschwitz survivors, become iconic representations of Nazi atrocity. These images are distributed globally, shown in newsreels, published in newspapers and magazines, forcing millions of people to confront visual evidence of genocide. The impact is profound, creating visceral understanding that written descriptions alone could not achieve. The photographs and films from liberation become primary sources for educating future generations about the Holocaust, evidence that cannot be denied or minimized, visual testimony to crimes that might otherwise seem too extreme to be believable. The liberation of the concentration camps marks the end of the Nazi killing operations, but not the end of their impact. The camps are closed, the survivors are freed, the perpetrators begin to be arrested. But the horror revealed at liberation will haunt the world permanently, forcing humanity to confront its capacity for evil, demanding answers to questions about how modern civilization could produce such barbarity, requiring new legal frameworks and moral language to address crimes that existing categories couldn't adequately describe. The liberation is not resolution, it's revelation. The moment when the full scale of Nazi crimes becomes undeniable, when the world must face what the SS did and grapple with the implications for human nature and civilized society. The liberation reveals the crimes, but it creates an immediate question that haunts the Allied powers. What do you do with the perpetrators? The Nazi leadership is captured or dead. The SS empire has collapsed. Thousands of SS men are in custody. Traditional military justice is insufficient for crimes of this magnitude. War crimes tribunals have existed before, but nothing on this scale, nothing addressing systematic genocide, nothing attempting to prosecute an entire organization for crimes against humanity. The Allies must create new legal frameworks, establish unprecedented tribunals, define crimes that have no proper precedent in international law. The result is the Nuremberg trials, a series of prosecutions that will establish the principle that following orders is not a defense for atrocity, that genocide is a crime regardless of whether it violates domestic law, that individuals can be held accountable for crimes committed in service of the state. The trials are imperfect, criticized by some as victor's justice, but they represent humanity's first serious attempt to use law rather than simple vengeance to address systematic mass murder. The decision to hold trials rather than simply executing Nazi leaders is debated among the Allies. Stalin proposes summary execution of major war criminals, a quick solution that would eliminate the need for lengthy legal proceedings. Churchill initially supports this approach, suggesting that the top 50 to 100 Nazis be shot immediately upon identification. But American leadership, particularly Secretary of War Henry Stimson and Associate Supreme Court Justice Robert Jackson, argues for trials. They contend that executions without trial would make martyrs of Nazi leaders, that legal proceedings are necessary to document crimes and establish a historical record, that civilized nations must demonstrate their commitment to law even when prosecuting those who showed no such commitment. President Truman supports the trial approach, and the other Allies eventually agree. The decision reflects recognition that how the perpetrators are handled will shape post-war international order, that establishing legal precedents matters more than expedient revenge. The International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg opens on November 20th, 1945, prosecuting 24 major Nazi leaders on charges, including crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. The defendants include Hermann Göring, Hitler's designated successor and Luftwaffe commander, Rudolf Hess, Hitler's former deputy, Joachim von Ribbentrop, Foreign Minister, Wilhelm Keitel and Alfred Jodl, military leaders, and others who shaped Nazi policy and implemented its crimes. The SS is represented by Ernst Kaltenbrunner, who succeeded Reinhard Heydrich as head of the Reich Main Security Office, making him responsible for the Gestapo, SD, and Einsatzgruppen. The trials are conducted with meticulous attention to legal procedure, with defendants provided counsel, allowed to present evidence, granted rights that the Nazi regime denied its victims. The proceedings are simultaneously translated into 4 languages, documented by stenographers and cameras, designed to create permanent record accessible to the world. The evidence presented at Nuremberg is overwhelming and methodically organized. The prosecution introduces thousands of captured German documents, many bearing signatures of the defendants, proving their knowledge of and participation in crimes. Witness testimony from survivors and perpetrators describes the concentration camps, the Einsatzgruppen operations, the medical experiments, the systematic nature of genocide. Film footage from camp liberations is shown in the courtroom, forcing defendants and the world to watch visual evidence of Nazi atrocities. The cumulative impact is devastating, demonstrating beyond any reasonable doubt that the Nazi regime committed unprecedented crimes, that these were not isolated incidents but systematic policy implemented from the highest levels. The prosecution of the SS as a criminal organization is central to the Nuremberg proceedings. Rather than prosecuting every SS member individually, which would be logistically impossible given that hundreds of thousands served in the organization, the Allies charged the SS itself as a criminal organization, arguing that membership alone, with knowledge of the organization's criminal purposes, constitutes guilt. The evidence presented is extensive: testimony about concentration camp operations, documentation of Einsatzgruppen massacres, proof of the SS role in genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. The defense argues that many SS members were conscripts with no knowledge of crimes, that administrative personnel shouldn't be held responsible for actions of combat or security units, that declaring an entire organization criminal violates principles of individual guilt. But the prosecution demonstrates that the SS criminal nature was pervasive, that even administrative functions supported murderous operations, that the organization structure was designed specifically to implement policies including genocide. On October 1, 1946, the International Military Tribunal delivers its verdicts. 12 defendants are sentenced to death by hanging, including Kaltenbrunner, Keitel, Jodl, and Ribbentrop. Göring is sentenced to death, but commits suicide hours before his scheduled execution, swallowing cyanide he'd somehow concealed throughout the trial. 7 defendants receive prison sentences ranging from 10 years to life. 3 are acquitted, including Hjalmar Schacht, the financial minister, and Franz von Papen, the politician who helped bring Hitler to power. The tribunal also declares the SS a criminal organization, along with the Gestapo and SD, establishing that membership in these organizations, particularly for those who joined voluntarily and had knowledge of their criminal activities, constitutes evidence of guilt. The verdict provides legal basis for prosecuting thousands of SS men in subsequent trials. The subsequent Nuremberg trials, conducted by individual Allied powers rather than the Joint Tribunal, prosecute lower-level officials and specialized groups. The Einsatzgruppen trial prosecutes 24 commanders and officers from the mobile killing squads that murdered over 1 million people in the Soviet Union. The evidence is particularly damning because the Einsatzgruppen maintained detailed operational reports documenting their massacres, reports that survived and were captured by Allied forces. 14 defendants are sentenced to death, though only 4 are actually executed due to sentence commutations as Cold War politics complicate prosecutions. The medical experiments trial prosecutes 23 doctors and administrators who conducted grotesque experiments on concentration camp prisoners. 7 are executed, including Karl Brandt, Hitler's personal physician who coordinated the T for euthanasia program. The trial of Oswald Pohl and other WVHA officials prosecutes the SS economic empire built on slave labor and theft. Pohl is convicted and executed in 1951, held responsible for the concentration camp system's administration and the exploitation of prisoners as slave labor. His trial reveals the economic dimension of genocide, demonstrating that the Holocaust was not just ideological or racial policy, but also profitable enterprise that enriched the SS and German corporations. Other subsequent trials prosecute industrialists who used slave labor, judges who issued death sentences in Nazi courts, military officers who committed war crimes. The trials continue through the early 1950s, prosecuting hundreds of defendants, establishing vast documentation of Nazi crimes. The hunt for escaped SS war criminals becomes an international effort extending for decades. Many high-ranking SS officers escaped Germany in the war's final chaos, using ratlins, escape routes that move them through Italy to South America, the Middle East, or other destinations beyond Allied jurisdiction. Adolf Eichmann, who organized deportations to extermination camps, escapes to Argentina, where he lives under assumed name, until Israeli agents capture him in 1960. His trial in Jerusalem in 1961 becomes a major international event, with survivor testimony broadcast globally, educating a new generation about the Holocaust. Eichmann is convicted and executed in 1962, one of the few major Holocaust perpetrators to face justice after the immediate post-war trials. Joseph Mengele, the Auschwitz doctor who conducted experiments on twins and others, also escapes to South America. Despite extensive manhunts, he evades capture until his death by drowning in Brazil in 1979, never facing trial for his crimes. Franz Stangl, Treblinka commander, is arrested in Brazil in 1967, extradited to Germany, convicted, and sentenced to life imprisonment. Klaus Barbie, the Gestapo chief and lion known as the Butcher of Lion, escapes to Bolivia where he lives openly until his extradition to France in 1983. He's convicted of crimes against humanity and dies in prison. The pursuit of Nazi war criminals continues even into the 21st century, with trials held of men in their 80s and 90s, prosecuted for crimes committed when they were young men. The message is clear. There is no statute of limitations on genocide, no sanctuary for perpetrators, no time after which these crimes are forgiven or forgotten. The question of how many SS men were prosecuted and punished is complex and troubling. The SS at its peak numbered over 800,000 men, with many more serving at some point during the war. Yet only a small fraction faced prosecution. The Nuremberg trials and subsequent proceedings prosecuted perhaps a few thousand SS men. German courts continued prosecutions after Allied tribunals ended, but these were inconsistent and often lenient, with many defendants receiving light sentences or acquittals. The vast majority of SS men, particularly lower-ranking members, were never prosecuted at all. Many returned to normal lives in post-war Germany and Austria, becoming businessmen, professionals, civil servants. Some concealed their SS service, falsifying records, or simply remaining silent about their wartime activities. Others were open about having served in the SS, claiming they were just following orders, that they personally didn't commit crimes, that they were caught up in historical forces beyond their control. The integration of former SS men into post-war society is one of the most disturbing aspects of the Holocaust's aftermath. The same men who guarded concentration camps, who participated in massacres, who administered the machinery of genocide, returned to civilian life, often without consequence. Some even returned to positions of authority and responsibility, working in government, in corporations, in academia. The Allies, particularly after the Cold War began, became less interested in prosecuting Nazi criminals and more focused on rebuilding Germany as bulwark against communism. Former Nazis, including SS men, were sometimes recruited by Western intelligence services for their expertise on the Soviet Union. The pursuit of justice was compromised by Cold War pragmatism, allowing perpetrators to escape accountability. The German legal system's handling of Nazi crimes after the Allies ended their prosecutions is mixed. Some German prosecutors pursued cases diligently, bringing charges against SS guards, Einsatzgruppen members, administrators who facilitated genocide. The Auschwitz trials in Frankfurt in the 1960s prosecuted 22 defendants, mostly SS guards and administrators, resulting in convictions and prison sentences. But other German courts were reluctant to prosecute, accepting weak defenses, imposing minimal sentences, treating genocide as ordinary crime subject to statutes of limitations. The result is that many perpetrators lived full lives, died of old age, never faced consequences for their actions. The failure to achieve comprehensive justice remains controversial, a reminder that even the most serious crimes go unpunished if political will is insufficient. The establishment of the principle that following orders is not a valid defense is perhaps the Nuremberg trial's most important legal legacy. The Nuremberg defense, the claim that defendants were only following superior orders and therefore bear no individual responsibility, is explicitly rejected by the tribunal. The judgment establishes that individuals have responsibility to refuse criminal orders, that following orders may be a mitigating factor in sentencing, but not a defense against conviction, that moral and legal duty requires disobeying commands to commit atrocities. This principle influences subsequent international law, incorporated into Geneva Conventions and Rome Statute, establishing the International Criminal Court. It's applied in prosecutions of war criminals from conflicts in Yugoslavia, Rwanda, Cambodia, establishing that genocide and crimes against humanity can be prosecuted regardless of whether perpetrators acted under orders. The concept of crimes against humanity, developed at Nuremberg to address Nazi atrocities that had no precedent in existing law, becomes central to international human rights law. Before Nuremberg, what a government did to its own citizens within its own territory was considered domestic matter beyond international jurisdiction. The Holocaust forced recognition that some crimes are so fundamental violations of human dignity that they concern all humanity, that sovereignty cannot shield perpetrators of genocide from accountability. The crimes against humanity concept enables later prosecutions of genocide in Cambodia, Rwanda, and former Yugoslavia, providing legal framework for international intervention against mass atrocities. The question of how the Holocaust happened, how ordinary men became mass murderers, how a modern society implemented genocide, haunts historians, psychologists, and moral philosophers. The trials provided answers about the mechanics. The orders came from Hitler and top Nazi leadership, implemented through the SS hierarchy, executed by men motivated by ideology, careerism, conformity, and in some cases sadism. But deeper questions remain. How did Nazi ideology convince people that mass murder was justified? How did bureaucracy normalize genocide, turning extermination into administrative routine? How did participants rationalize their actions, maintaining belief that they were good people doing necessary work? These questions have no simple answers, but the evidence from trials and historical research points to a combination of factors: ideological indoctrination, gradual escalation of violence, diffusion of responsibility through bureaucratic organization, peer pressure, dehumanization of victims, and a human capacity to compartmentalize morality when personal cost of resistance seems too high. The legacy of the SS is permanent stain on human history, demonstration of organized evil implemented with industrial efficiency and bureaucratic precision. The organization began as Hitler's bodyguard, grew into state security apparatus, became the primary instrument of genocide. The black uniforms and death's head insignia remained symbols of absolute evil, recognized globally as representing the Nazi regime's murderous nature. The SS crimes established the need for international criminal law, for universal jurisdiction over genocide, for recognition that some actions are crimes against humanity itself regardless of whether they violate domestic law. The SS demonstrated what happens when an organization is bound by ideology rather than law, when loyalty to a leader supersedes all moral constraints, when state power is applied toward exterminating entire categories of people. The survivors, those who endured the concentration camps and lived to bear witness, carry the memory forward. Their testimony, given at trials, recorded in interviews, written in memoirs, provides direct connection to the Holocaust reality. As survivors age and die, their stories become historical artifacts, preserved in archives and museums, taught in schools, ensuring that future generations understand what happened. The testimony serves multiple purposes. It honors the dead, provides evidence for prosecutions, educates the living, warns against repeating history's worst crimes. The imperative to remember, to bear witness, to say never again, and mean it, is the survivors' gift to humanity, their insistence that the 6 million murdered and millions more who suffered not be forgotten. The SS history from formation to destruction is a story of how evil organizes itself, how ordinary bureaucracy and military structure can be corrupted toward genocidal purposes, how individual moral responsibility can be abdicated through ideology and obedience. It's a warning that remains perpetually relevant, a demonstration that civilization's veneer is thin, that genocide requires not monsters, but ordinary people willing to follow orders and accept rationalizations. The SS proved that mass murder can be systematic and bureaucratic, that extermination can be industrialized, that modern society's organizational capacity can be turned toward destruction as easily as creation. Understanding the SS, studying its crimes, prosecuting its members, these efforts serve not just historical curiosity, but ongoing moral necessity. The black uniforms are gone, the death camps are museums, the perpetrators are nearly all dead. But the lessons remain, and the obligation to remember and resist similar evil whenever and wherever it emerges continues for every generation that follows.